Okay, I was just going to say welcome to everybody to our final event for the VALUMICS project. Thanks for joining us today. So we will be recording the session so we can share the results from today's event. And I would like to ask you to use the Q&A button to put your questions forward. And these will be answered either during the event on text format, and then some of them will be voiced during our Q&A session. So I'm gonna introduce Natalia Pretzina to say a few words. She's our EC policy officer from DG Agri. So Natalia, over to you.
Thank you very much. But I would like first, actually, my colleague Adelma to say a few words.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. A good morning from Brussels. I'm very glad to participate in this project event, and I thank the project partners for the organization. As my colleague anticipated, I'm the project officer of the European Research Executive Agency, following the implementation of the project, of the VALUMICS project from the beginning, along the 52 months of the project duration. And when it was possible, I also attended some project events like the ones organized in Brussels over the first years of activities. So I have to praise the project coordinator and his team and all the partners actively involved in making this project a success, especially over the last 18 months due to the pandemic situation, which increased the level of difficulties for properly developing the planned project activities. And the webinars organized in that period show the commitment of the project partners to overcome the difficulties. From the implementation point of view, the final conference is an important moment as the overall key results are presented and shared with participants and stakeholders, opening further dialogue on the findings and possible policy directed application. So the final conference is a unique occasion as dissemination activity, and the fact that today is recorded will enable the project to be further disseminated. So we are keen to learn the key findings from the project on the functioning of the European food value chains and their impacts on a more sustainable, resilient, fairer and transparent food system. So let's start before leaving the floor for a policy insight to my colleague Natalia, that also followed as policy officer the activities of the VALUMICS project. I wish you all an interesting and fruitful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adelma. I'm going to share a few slides. Welcome to everyone. Good morning to ladies and gentlemen. And as Adelma said, and coordinator, my name is Natalia Brzezina, and I work in DG Agri as policy officer in charge of the VALUMICS project and basically of the policy feedback from this project. Thank you very much to the whole consortium for inviting me to give a few introductory words at the final conference of the project, which, as Adelma said, is a very important actually point in a project. First, where does actually VALUMICS come from? So the project actually roots back to our strategic approach to EU agriculture research and innovation, which we have published in 2016. And following the priorities that were set in the strategic approach, we have drafted a call, SFS 33 2016, for research innovation action to better understand the food value chain and network dynamics. And actually, within this topic, we expected that the results of the project will provide an assessment of all dimensions of sustainability of the food chain, and also the contribution to jobs and growth, both territorially and EU level, improve the capacity to model the sustainability and resilience of food chains, enhance the capacity to assess the functioning of food value chains, improve the knowledge on food chains and also the underlying drivers, increase the capacity to map the occurrence of unfair practices in the food chain, and develop approaches also to assess their impact, clarify the development of the added value and profit margins in the value chains, and how these are distributed at each level, increase understanding of consumer demand, and also how this affects the organization of the chain and its resilience and sustainability, and improve the capacity of relevant policies and food chain stakeholders to improve the food chain sustainability and resilience. And actually, to meet this, let's say, expected outcomes, the VALUMICS consortium has prepared the best proposal that was selected under this call. And the consortium started to work in 2017 on the 1st of June. Today, after 4 years of work, of hard research work, we are at the final conference. And I would like to congratulate already the consortium. And at the conference, we will actually get to know the project results. So the consortium will share with us the results. And I have to say that I very much look forward to the presentations that will be given today and to gain a lot of new knowledge of the key importance actually for the development of the EU policies and initiatives, in particular the farm to fork strategy, the common agriculture policy, and of course also our vision for rural areas. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me, and I look forward to the following presentations. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Natalia. Good morning. My name is Sigurður Bogason. I have been the acting project coordinator at the University of Iceland for the duration of the project. And my colleague at the university is a co-author of this presentation, which is given to summarize and give an oversight of what the project is about. And then my colleagues from the different consortium partners will drill down into a deeper discussion of the individual outcomes. We will not be able to talk about all the outcomes, so we urge people to visit our website and follow the project in that way to get a broader reach in terms of all the research we have conducted. But we have captured, I think, in this conference, majority of the key highlights of the work. And so I will move into just to give you overview of what we will be talking about. It's the project work, what the VALUMICS project was about, quickly introduce the case studies and the focus of the project. And the main element was to understand the dynamics of the food value chains. And we are looking at IG, the governance, decision making, behavior, material flow, environmental impacts, the consumer issues, economic analysis, modeling and risk resilience modeling. We did as well a logistics model. And then what we have been quite busy with in the last period of the project is the future scenarios. And what was the project about? We started actually with 21 participating organizations. One partner dropped out after the first period, but we continued with 20, 18 from 13 European countries, and then 2 Asian partners. One of them, Vietnam, was funded by the EU grant, but China had their own funding from the Chinese Ministry of Science. So this was the consortium, and we were looking at different issues, focusing quite a bit on the European food chains, but like Vietnam and China looked at their own food value chain issues and slightly different case studies. So 52 months, as Adelma said, and total grant of about 6 million euros. And the project is ending now on 30th of September, after 52 months. So what were the key objectives of the VALUMICS project is to provide tools and approaches to enable decision makers in food value chains to evaluate the impact of strategic and operational policies aimed at enhancing fairness, integrity, resilience, and future scenarios of sustainable food value chains. And we have always looked at the decision makers as also integral. That means also the decision makers in the food sector itself, whether it's farmers or processors. And then we have the level of policy makers as well as decision makers for the food system. So during the project, we have been more and more looking at a food system approach, using food value chains to really study the system. So the VALUMICS project structure is depicted in this diagram, and we had 4 phases. We started on a groundwork analysis, then moved into case study work, and then we moved into the modeling and exploration and data collection. And then, as I said, in the phase 4, we have been doing the synthesis and scenario analysis, how to transform the food system to a more sustainable regime. So this links quite nicely with the farm to fork and the Green Deal policies of the European Commission. So I hope that we can contribute to this discussion and ongoing process in Europe. So what we did, we have, sorry, I wanted to go this direction. We used the case study work to really connect all. We had these 5 main case studies: wheat to bread, dairy cows to milk, beef to steaks, salmon to fillets, and the raw tomato to processed tomato. These are just examples of food value chains where you could study through the different activities and tasks what are the dynamics of the food value chain. So this crosses through all the work packages and all the phases, though at different times and different timings. So the in-depth study in the case studies may vary a bit. And then we, as I mentioned before, we had some different case studies in Vietnam and in China. So the suite of tools approach to develop the outcomes, because it's a complex project with many different tools that have been used, both methodological studies and models as part of the tools that we have been developing. So the outcomes can be discussed. We started by doing food system and policy analysis. We also launched co-creation workshops, studying how to prioritize the case studies and where to drill down in more depth. And we also talked about and discussed and have published reports on the EU policy, and many of the issues, like the fairness issue that we chose to drill down quite deeply, has actually been also covered in recent UTP legislation by the European Community. So the converging results have been coming through, and hopefully will supplement and add to the dialogue in Europe. Then we did the case study analysis, we did the information and material flow, life cycle analysis, governance analysis, and quite a considerable economic analysis. We also used system dynamics approach to analyze the basic behavioral aspects of the food chains, and this has then been used to provide inputs to the modeling in the case studies. So then we also had a considerable effort on the consumer behavior to understand those and how to really impact the behaviors. Then we went into the modeling phase, where we did the logistics optimization model. We have modeling agent decisions, where we use the system dynamics information to go into agent-based modeling and focused on fairness. And also we have done work on employment and risk and resilience. And in the last phase of the project, we've been doing quite a bit of work in the foresight scenarios and transition pathways, how to really change the food system. And this also results in policy advice, and we have been producing recommendations in this last phase of the project. So we have published reports. Most of these will be in the public domain, and as soon as they have been approved by the Commission in the last period, we will be putting more projects out there, and we publish them usually through the Senado facility, so we can actually make them publicly available in addition on the website. And then we also know that the Cordis platform of the Commission will also put the public reports into the public domain. So we disseminate on different levels. And then we also have taken some of the deliverable reports, which are quite technical, and transformed them into more easily readable project reports. So they are more targeting the people and not only the scientific interested parties. And we have focused, as I said before, on these keywords that you see on the arrow. And if we start with fairness, we decided to take a big attention to this, and this linked to the progress on the UTP legislation that has now come into play in Europe. So fairness, and we needed to understand the governance and policies behind this, and we did quite a bit of the economic analysis to understand the price transmission and basis of unfair trading practices. And my colleague Ivan Durik will cover this in more depth in his presentation that follows. So also we discussed with the stakeholders how they perceive issues of fairness, and this also has come through into co-creation activities. And then we have been collecting data, primary data, as well as using secondary data to do the analysis. Sustainability as a theme for the food system has become also a bigger and bigger part of our outputs. So as we have been looking into the issue of sustainability, and then we are talking about all three dimensions: the economic, the environment, and the social. So this will be covered in part by presentations later on, so I'm not going to talk too deeply about this. And this is I think, an evolving theme in all food system development work and research. We did as well work on resilience, and we developed, or one partner developed a model. We will not cover that specifically in this series of presentations, but we did do a simulation model that has been put through in public domain in reports. So resilience was part of what we did. And then we also focused on integrity. And this links to the transparency issue about food data. And we experienced sometimes difficulties to get the data from the food sector to understand basically all the drivers in the system and the barriers. So this is a topic of interest, and one of the solutions is somehow to create means and policy guidance to greater transparency of information in the food system. And this will be touched upon in another presentation. So how to make food systems sustainable, it means that all actors will have to act together. And only by having information out there can we really push the system in the right direction? So in the last phase of the project, we've been developing a series of briefs which are simplified communication documents, taking the complex issues from the research work that has in many cases been published through scientific papers and technical reports, to make it more easily understood by the general public and food sector stakeholders. So, and we have also launched these through social media campaigns. And if this works, I can just show you a brief. We have produced videos with many of these briefs to promote them on the social media. And you can see here the channel that we store these videos on, so you can follow up by checking for VALUMICS, and then you should find all the videos. I will now play just a part of one video. As you see from this short presentation video, the focus is to simplify the wording and try to get the key messages out about the research. So in the phase one, we did this food system analysis and policy and governance analysis. And as I mentioned, fairness and sustainability came into play in these briefs. So please check the briefs out. They are all available from the project website, and more actually are in the pipeline, will be uploaded in the next coming days. So these cover the case studies that we mentioned before. So different briefs cover different case studies, and sometimes more than one case study. And we did also the material flows and LCA on 3 case studies: salmon to pellets, dairy cows to milk, and beef to steaks. And there will be a presentation on the LCA analysis and environmental hotspots and market matters. So this is an interesting outcome of the project. And if people want to read the detailed reports, they are as well available. The briefs are like a window into the research. And in the phase 2, we did the case study baseline assessments and the economic analysis. And this will be covered in detail in a follow-up presentation. And we covered the raw tomato, salmon fillets, wheat to bread, dairy cows to milk, and beef to steaks as an example of the outcomes of the project. And then we did quite a bit of work on consumer behavior studies and how to nudge consumers and affect behaviors. And this will be covered as well in 2 presentations that will follow. So the idea is how to really affect sustainable food consumption, and what is the role of the consumer in this activity, because they actually pay for the food, but are they empowered to really move the food industry to sustainable practices? This is an ongoing question. So this covered different case studies. And then the modeling and scenario exploration, we did foresight scenarios and the transition pathways, and this linked together the activities on the modeling and the food system thinking analysis on specific cases. And now in the final phase of the project, we've been quite busy on the synthesis and policy analysis, how to compile this into the briefs. We have now on focus, the last deliverable in the project is deliverable 8.4 that you see a snapshot of there. And this will also be published, and this collates all the briefs into policy recommendations. So this one hopefully will be done by the end of September, and the briefs will be annexed or part of this deliverable. And then we have exploited the research through scientific publications, and we have published in peer-reviewed journals and conference proceedings over 20 papers, and the pipeline is still ongoing, and some of the papers will be published post the end of the project, and many partners have indicated that they will continue exploiting the data that they have been working on and creating more scientific papers. And also we have published some of the research in trade journals. It's actually the food sector may read more frequently than the actual scientific papers. So just examples of some of the journals that we have published in. And to sum up, looking ahead before we start the next presentation, we are looking now to the project exploitation, how to really publish as much as we can from the research work, and this will happen now as well as a follow-up after the project. And we will maintain the website and make these publications coming through the pipeline available for continued period after the project. And at the moment we are hoping to be able to maintain the website for 3 to 4 more years post-project, and by then everything should also be available through Senado open access platform and the Cordis platform. So all of the historical outcomes of the project will be maintained in the public domain for a long time. We are still working on how to really exploit the data sets and modeling tools, and this is what we'll be doing and concluding on in the final week of the project. So how to really make sure that everything is exploited in a good way. So, and also the consortium partners have been collaborating to develop follow-up joint projects to be able to continue working together. Maybe not all the same partners, but at least we want to really continue doing what we discovered, a very interesting theme on the food system development and sustainability, and expand on the VALUMICS knowledge base. So I hope that this has given you a little bit of an opening for the project. So if you still want to follow up on the newsletters and news coming, sign up and follow the website and social media links, which we have used quite intensively now in promoting the briefs, for example. So I would like to thank you and stop my sharing.
So I'm gonna give you a minute or two to answer the first poll. There we go. We're getting some votes through, which is exciting. Just gonna give it a couple more seconds and then I'll share the results. Okay, entering the poll now. And hopefully everyone can now share, see my share screen on the poll results. So we were asking about the VALUMICS core themes, and the question was, in your opinion, which of the following is the most essential element to ensure a successful transition to a more sustainable food systems? Sustainability is ranking quite high, 25% of those who answered. Fairness integrity and resilience, a bit less. Also transparency, scoring 7%. And it looks like all of the above is getting the highest ranking. So all of these elements seem to be the most important to ensure that successful transition. I'll let you go and grab a coffee and we'll be back shortly.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ivan Đurić from the Leibniz Institute of Agricultural Development in Transition Economies, IAMO, in Germany. And I will be presenting part of the project results that refer to food chain organization economics. So I will give a brief overview on the economic analysis background that we did in the project, and then look at these results within 4 case studies: tomato to processed tomato, salmon to fillet, wheat to bread, and dairy cow to liquid milk, and then draw just some conclusions at the end. So as you're already familiar with the VALUMICS project structure, the presentation I'm giving refers to the economics, where we had the aim of providing findings from this economic and governance analysis by using different tools to understand the functioning of selected food value chains. And basically, the scope of our analysis covers the whole value chain, for input suppliers all the way to consumers. So what we did here, we started the analysis from the governance of the food chains. The governance was used as a tool to identify lead actors, trading practices, interfirm relations, and other structural elements along the value chain. This is done for all case studies and serve as a base for further analysis. Here we did the price formation and market power analysis. For price formation is basically we did the price transmission analysis, which we used as a tool to assess the level of market integration between exporting and importing markets in the case of horizontal price transmission, and to look to provide the insights on transmission of price changes along the value chain. And for the market power, we used the Lerner index as an estimated measure of firm output market power, which basically means the ability of the company to charge markups or markdowns on the price over the marginal cost. And this index ranges from 0, where you have perfect competition, to 1, which is monopoly. Then we went further to trade duration analysis. This is used as a tool to assess the length of trade relations, to see the speed with which firms, partners, countries enter, exit trade relations, and what is the risk associated to that. And there is the trade survival rate, which indicates how likely the export activities survive over a certain period of time. Then we did the economies of scale and technical change, which was used as a tool to provide the in-depth understanding of the underlying factors that are driving the competitive advantage of these selected value chains. And at the end, conducted the agribusiness profitability, which will be dedicated presentation after mine, I think. So there will be much more insights, especially on agribusiness profitability. So all of this analysis, the results from all of this analysis are then verified through different workshop, stakeholder interactions, and they are included in the overall integrated model structure in the project and used for modeling and scenarios development further on. So, as I said, all of these analyses are done for 4 main case studies in our case, in this project. So as I said, there is tomato to processed tomato value chain, salmon to fillet, wheat to bread, and dairy cow to liquid milk. So I'll just give you a brief overview of the results for each case study. So for the tomato to processed tomato value chain, the focus is on Emilia-Romagna region in Italy, which is one of the largest EU producing regions and one of the largest EU exporters. Where concerning the governance, we have identified that interbranch organizations play the most important role when it comes to the relations between producers and processors. And actually, this kind of relation benefits both parties within the value chain. And we also have identified the dual-level governance where you have a strong connection of producers and processors at the upstream level of the value chain with these interbranch organizations. And then on the downstream level, you have retailers that are becoming leading firms in relation to processors. Concerning the price formation, again, we have a huge importance of interbranch organizations, this regional one, which provide this kind of EU unique framework for negotiating the annual reference price. And according to our analysis, it leads towards fair distribution of value between producers and processors. And certain unfair trade practices have been identified, especially in the relation between processors and retailers, where we have this kind of reverse auctions of selling processed tomato products to retailers, where basically retailers are always taking the lowest offered price, which has a negative spillover effect on other non-auction products by pushing their price also down. So this has been identified as well. Concerning the market power, here you can see actually the Lerner index with the red line. And there is a significant drop since 2010, which basically is the period of the appearance of regional IBOs, these interbranch organizations. Concerning productivity growth, we have identified that small tomato producers have taken this advantage. Basically, by knowing what's the reference price, they can really plan their production and their investments. So they improve the scale efficiency by increasing the scale of operations, which results in a growth of total factor productivity at the producer level. So the main messages from the processed tomato case study actually show that there is a dual level governance, that interbranch organizations play a crucial role in price setup and balancing this kind of power, where you have that so-called market power, I mean, not in the real sense, switch towards producers, meaning that producers gain more bargaining power through this kind of governance structure. Efficiency of small producers come from the increasing scale of operations, and unfair trade practices remain downstream of the value chain. There will be a dedicated presentation about tomato value chain, so you will get much more insights later on during the day. But I would invite you to take a look at the VALUMICS website, and there you will find the research finding briefs, which have much more details, and they are all related to the reports as the research outcomes of the project, which you can as well find on the web page. So going forward to the salmon to fillet value chain, we focus on Norway, which is one of the largest producers of salmon in the world. And we focus on France and Poland. France, one of the largest EU importers, and Poland, one of the largest EU processors. It's actually a kind of secondary processor of salmon in EU. So the salmon coming from Norway and then distributed further within the EU. So here for the governance, we found that there is kind of hybrid governance, where you have a traditional model with the state regulations, and on the top of that you have many third-party assessments and certification schemes. And the whole value chain is kind of seller driven. So salmon producers basically have this advantage that demand is much higher than the supply, and basically they are holding this power when it comes to price formation and many other things connected to the value chain. Concerning price formation, so as I said, the value chain governance structure defines which actor dominate this price formation. When we looked at France and Poland, we have identified that due to the structure of the value chains within the specific country, in France, you have that retailers play the most important role when it comes to transmission of prices of salmon within the chain in France. While in Poland, we have that the wholesale segment of the value chain plays the most important role, not that much retailers, because Poland serves basically as a secondary processor of salmon, which is further distributed to other EU countries, not that much consumed in Poland. And for the export price, salmon export price in Norway, we have identified that it directly influences price along the EU salmon value chain. Sorry. So concerning market power, we have identified that there was a reduction in price markup, which is assigned to increased cost of salmon production rather than decrease in price of salmon. And you can see that especially in 2014-15. And a certain degree of price markup over marginal cost is expected for Norwegian salmon market due to the market and firm structure, which I explained in the governance of the value chain. Concerning the productivity, productivity might be increased by improvements in the efficiency of input use, and basically this technological progress plays the most important important role when it comes to the improvements of efficiency, and this is especially important for small and medium-sized producers. Concerning trade duration analysis, we have identified that the salmon supply chain does not depend on stable trading partners, and you can see that basically after 2 or 3 years, these trade relations, the persistency of trade relations reduces by 50%. So basically the whole chain and export is not related to stable relations. There are many companies involved in the process, and because of the continuously increasing demand, these exports are not jeopardized, so they don't need they're not based on these very stable relations, yeah, which we will see for other case studies is a different case. So the main messages for the salmon value chain is that it's producer-driven global value chain. There is a hybrid governance model behind. Trading partners are easily switched, meaning this duration analysis. Efficiency comes from scale. Technical efficiency is the main factor for productivity increase, and export price in Norway influences price along the value chain. As in the previous case, I would like to direct you to the VALUMICS website, where you will find the research finding briefs and the reports with very detailed analysis, so that I don't bother you with equations and other stuff. We switch further to wheat to bread value chain. Main focus is on France and UK, because they have different types of value chains, from traditional in France to really concentrated industrial in UK. And here what we found from the global perspective is that despite the fact that from the physical amount of wheat traded from France, which is not that on the high level compared to other countries, still French market, especially Euronext Commodity Exchange, is one of the leading markets when it comes to setting up the benchmark price for wheat on the global level. And we found that these price signals identified on the Euronext commodity exchange are transmitted towards other exporting markets such as Russia, Ukraine, Canada, US, and Argentina. So France still plays a important role, not from the physical amount of wheat traded, but from setting up the benchmark price. So concerning France and UK, we can see that in UK, the processing sector especially is much more concentrated compared to France. And when it comes to the baking sector, we have identified that more like 80% are actually industrial bakeries compared to 56% in France, which are more traditional bakeries. And this also affects all other analysis that we did. So concerning market power, we have identified that market imperfections are more pronounced on the input market in the milling industry, especially in both countries. And small millers and bakers actually needed to switch to the niche markets in order to get a better price on these markups for their products. Concerning the productivity, we have identified, of course, considerable space for production improvements in cereal production, productivity improvements in cereal production, sorry. Milling and baking industries indicate optimal size of operations according to our analysis. And there is a high overall technical efficiency in agriculture as well as milling and baking industries in both countries. Concerning trade duration, here we have identified that we concentrate here on France mainly, and we have identified that it has a long-term with trade relations only with EU partners. And one of the reasons might be that there are no intra-EU trade barriers compared to other countries, so that it's easier for France to export this wheat, and there are much more tighter connection within the EU. But once the French wheat is exiting EU, it's facing actually very strong competition, especially from the Black Sea countries such as Russia and Ukraine, which have much lower price, much lower costs. Yeah, so due to this competition, the physical amount of wheat exported from France is decreasing in the last years. So the main messages from the wheat to bread case study is that France has an important role in setting the global wheat reference price. UK has a higher concentration of actors along the value chain compared to France. Market imperfections are present in milling industries in both countries, where small millers and bakers actually need to operate in niche markets to obtain higher markup. Milling and baking industries have optimal size of operations and they have higher technical efficiency. And France has persistent trade relations with mainly with EU partners. So once again, please check the VALUMICS website for much deeper information on the analysis. And then I'm switching to the final case study that we did here is dairy cow to liquid milk value chain. We focus on Germany, France, and UK, the largest EU producers. Where concerning the governance, we have identified, of course, that the number of milk producers is decreasing, while we have on the other side that the number of dairy cows is increasing, per farm is increasing both UK and Germany. So we have like 65% of the milk is delivered to private dairies, like 35% to cooperatives. And you have kind of a dual governance model. On the upstream level between producers and processors, you have captive model mainly, while on the downstream sector, you have modular model of governance. In its characteristic, like for the both countries, all three countries. Concerning price formation, we have identified basically that the raw milk price changes are transmitted to other consumer-ready products in the long run in all of the countries. and that more than 80% of dairy products are sold on average through retailers, where the problem is that because it's perishable product and one of the basic products retailers are pushing the price of milk always to be very low, which has an effect on transmission of price changes along the value chain. Concerning the market power, we have considerably high markdowns observed in Germany and France compared to the UK case. And for the productivity, milk processing indicates optimal size of operations in all the countries, high overall technical efficiency, especially when it comes to production and processing levels. And milk producers and processors operate near to the production frontier in all three countries. Trade duration. The analysis of trade duration indicates stable and long-term raw milk and cheese trade with EU partners compared to non-EU, very similar to the case of wheat, where basically due to perishability of the products and non-EU trade barriers, of course, there are much long-term relations, trade relations within EU and not with the other partners. So the main messages from the dairy case study is that milk producers don't have a strong bargaining power towards processors. There is a dual pricing system between raw milk producers and processors. Milk price changes are transmitted along the value chain. Most of the producers and processors operate near the production frontier. So technological change is a source of productivity improvement, especially when it comes to the processing sector, and there are stable long-term trade with EU partners compared to non-EU. So it's very difficult to compare all of these case studies to find some similarities because they're really, really different. But one pattern that we can identify is definitely that producers tend to have this better bargaining power in the value chains characterized with strong cooperation, coordination on the upstream level, so between producers and processors. And this is what we have identified in the processed tomato and salmon case studies. While on the other side, we have where we have a strong integration of the value chains on the downstream level, inevitably leads towards some sort of market imperfections that result in unfavorable position for producers. And this was identified mainly through the wheat to bread and dairy cow to liquid milk case studies. So once again, I would like to invite you to check the VALUMICS website, where you will find all of these reports, actually deliverables. The results that I showed you today are based on these reports. And of course, please take a look at some of the publications, scientific publications, which go even more depth into certain analysis. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ivan. Excellent presentation.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. This presentation was prepared in conjunction with Paulus Aditjandra, Mercy Ojo, and Carmen Hubbard from Newcastle University, and Gu Pang, who was previously at Newcastle and has now moved on to the University of Birmingham. The particular task of the VALUMICS project was concerned with understanding patterns of profitability. And here we're focusing on food industry profitability. So I will start off by talking about the rationale for the study and thinking about why it's important. Then we'll look at some data at the aggregate level before moving on to our econometric estimates, before drawing out some lessons from managers from the research. In contrast to classical economic models, which assume that market equilibria are characterized by all firms making normal profits, we see empirically wide and substantial variations in firm profitability, which are durable across time. So some firms perform better than others. And that's also true within the agri-food sector. So we need to try and understand why we have these variations in performance and think about what are the implications for policymakers and managers as a result of that. Within the literature, broadly, there are two main approaches which seek to explain these variations in firm level profitability. The first set of theories are characterized or known as industry effects, which you might imagine by the title is characterized by a focus on the sectors or the branches in which firms belong to. And that's associated with the structure, conduct, performance framework of Bain, Porter, and the Industrial Organization School. In contrast to that, there is a literature on firm level effects, which argues that in terms of explaining variations in profitability, it is differences in the tangible and intangible resources that firms possess which lead to variations in performance. So that could be financial and also physical factors of production which differ across firms. That's in contrast to the industry level effects, which focuses on factors like the level of barriers to entry, the degree of intensity of competition, the number of firms which are within the market. So what we wanted to try and do with this work is look at the relative merits of industry and firm level factors in terms of explaining variations in profitability. So our specific objectives were to understand patterns of profitability at the aggregate level, drawing on Eurostat data, and then to understand variations in firm level profitability, drawing on accounting data taken from the Amadeus database. Let's start off by looking at some key patterns at the aggregate food industry level. So this is for the EU member states over a set of years. And the first thing which is noticeable is the stability in terms of the number of enterprises. So around about 265,000 firms are all operating within the EU food industry. So the food industry is different from many other manufacturing sectors in that it has not witnessed substantial consolidation. There are a large number of small and medium-sized firms which continue to persist within the industry. If we look at profits as a percentage of turnover, we see over time they have as well been reasonably stable, so between 2 and 3%. So that's much less volatility than many other sectors, but the average is much lower. So if we compare it to other branches of manufacturing and also professional services and real estate, the profits as a percentage of turnover is typically higher, but more volatile. We can break our data down to looking at differences across EU member states. And I just want to pick out a couple of trends here. So in 2017, if we exclude the UK, 84% of food, beverage and tobacco manufacturing turnover was accounted for by France, Germany, Italy and Spain. If we look at where profits are registered, so if we look at the total gross margin, we can see that the same 4 countries are important, but France is boosted by its wine sector and Poland through tobacco. Let's now move on to our firm level analysis. So here we're using data extracted from Amadeus, which is a database of accounting records which provides comparable information on both publicly traded and private firms. Within Amadeus, firms are linked to the production sector and the branch of production in which they operate. In our analysis, we focus on 9 subsectors or branches of the food industry. So that includes meat, fish, dairy, vegetable and animal fats, milling, baking, animal feed, other, and also processing and preserving of fruit and vegetables. This particular task was conducted in 2019, given the schedule of tasks within the VALUMICS project. So our data relates to the period 2012 to 2017, because there's always a lag in terms of when financial returns are posted on Amadeus. And after extensive cleaning of the data, we have records for over 1,800 firms. The analysis which we employ is hierarchical linear modeling, which allows data to be classified at 2 or more levels. So this recognizes that our data is nested, so that we have the firm level, which is our enterprise data, and that firms are nested within particular branches of the food industry, which is our second level. At the first level, the firm level, we look at variables such as the enterprise's market share, its age, its turnover, its short-term debt risks, and also the number of employees. At the second level, the industry level or the branch level, we look at the degree of market concentration, which was measured in terms of the 4-firm concentration ratio. So that is the percentage market share accounted for by the 4 largest firms within that particular branch of the food industry. And we also look at industry level growth, which was measured in terms of change in sales. And to do the analysis, we use some specialist software, which is designed for this particular type of modeling. So what did we find? If we look first at the industry level effects, we find that the degree of market concentration has a positive effect on return of assets. So return on assets is our dependent variable. So this is consistent with Porter's models that concentration matters, and in more concentrated sectors and branches, then the average rate of return will be higher. And secondly, we find that growth of sales is also positively related to return on assets. So those branches which are growing achieve a higher average annual rate of return. What about firm level effects? Well, here we find that market share has a positive effect. So the greater the share of the market which the firm has, then the higher their level of profitability. Secondly, we find that firm age has a negative effect. So older firms typically perform worse. This has an important policy implication about creating an environment for new entrants and startup businesses, because they're important to provide dynamism within markets. Thirdly, we find that firm size has a positive effect, so larger firms are performing better. Fourthly, that short-term debt risks have a negative effect, and I'll come back to that in a moment. Regarding number of employees, we find that has a positive coefficient, but it's not statistically significant. And we also find a significant interaction effect between market share and sales growth on return on assets. Some of you may be familiar with the Boston Consulting Group matrix. This is a simple investment tool for corporations to decide on where they should seek new business. And it says that stars are businesses which are located in high growth markets where the firm already has a sizable market share. So the firm is well placed to reap the rewards of growth within that particular sector or market. And what this interaction term indicates is that there is empirical evidence to support that. So what can we draw out in terms of lessons for managers? So if managers are interested in improving their profitability, what are the main routes to do that? Well, the first route is to become a bigger fish. It's increasing market share within a concentrated market. So for example, this could be a classic mergers and acquisitions strategy. We see evidence for this in the European food industries, and related work which has been conducted within the US finds similar results. It's important to note that concentration and consolidation may not always be easy to achieve within the food industry. There are certain characteristics of food, like short shelf life and perishability, high transport and storage costs, which tend to promote fragmentation within markets. The second lesson for managers is about reducing short-term debt risks and the importance of cash flow management. So short-term debt has to be repaid in a short period of time, and liquidity problems can often arise. So if firms cannot meet their obligations, there is a high risk of default and bankruptcy. And this has implications from a policy perspective in terms of payment terms and also extended or delayed payments, because this will place greater pressure on firms' cash flow. The third route for growth and achieving higher returns is to try and seek out high growth niches within the food industry. And within those niches, to try and be of a substantial size to reap the rewards of growth within them. So generally, the food industry is quite a low margin business with static sales, but within it, there are particular niches which generate higher growth. And it's important that food firms identify and try and capitalize on that to achieve higher profitability. So to try and conclude, some of our key findings are generally the European food industry is characterized by low but stable margins. We find that both firm and industry level effects explain variations in enterprise level performance and profitability. We find that relatively the firm level effects have a greater impact. They explain a higher degree of the variance than industry level factors. And that's consistent with other research. We find lower returns where there are many small scale firms competing and consolidation is difficult. And that has persisted over time. We find that short-term debt is associated with lower returns, and that has implications in terms of firms' cash flow and payment terms. And while margins are generally low, there are still bright spots within the food industry where substantial growth is occurring, and it's important that firms identify and try and capitalize on that if they're seeking higher profitability. So this has been a short, non-technical presentation of the results. If you have questions about it, then please get in touch with either Carmen or me at the email address on the screen. And also have a look at the deliverable, which is associated with this research, which gives a more technical treatment and discussion of the econometric findings. And I've also put on the screen some references which cover the theory which has underpinned the work, and also a similar empirical study which was published in the Manchester School Journal, which covers similar territory to what we were doing on VALUMICS. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Matt. The next speaker is on the food chain impact market matters, Nick Holden from UCD.
Okay, good morning. I'm delighted to be able to present the work we did on the impact of the food chain as part of the VALUMICS project. This work was done at UCD in Dublin, and it was done in conjunction with SINTEF Norway, the University of Iceland. Other partners were also involved, but these were the main ones working on this and focusing on this activity. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the context and why we think our work was important. The main findings, I'm going to get straight to the key result in terms of market. Then I'll go back and look at how we did this briefly. Some of the key results that give us confidence that our findings are probably correct, and some of the implications in terms of how we might deal with the hotspots we identified. So the context of this work was animal-based food supply chains. We were most concerned with the animal because they're believed to have greater impact than plant-based systems, and consumption of animal-based foods is increasing. And in the last few years, certainly more so than before we started the project, there has been more concern or interest in the idea of changing the diets we have. Our work was focused on fresh product from farm to fork to disposal. So we weren't interested in what in LCA, life cycle assessment speak, is cradle to farm gate or processor gate. We were interested in the whole system. So we included production, processing, logistics, retail, and then the consumption and disposal. There were slightly different degrees of detail in each of those, but that's what we focused on. So typically, if we think about something like carbon footprint, a climate impact measure, and how we might use that information, we just say, well, what's the carbon footprint of beef? Or what's the carbon footprint of milk or whatever? And if we search on that, we typically find something local. So in Ireland, I will get the main return will be about origin green. But this map I've chosen here from the search I did last week from Ohio State University Extension, it gives me a picture of the carbon footprint of, in this case, beef for different parts of the world in different countries. And the people who present this note that making comparisons is difficult because methodology varies, and this influences the data you get, and efficiency of practice, how things are done, varies, and this affects the carbon footprint. So you might think at this point that we know what we need to know about impacts, and that the concern should be around how the product is made. And if we take data, and these are in fact data from our work, but they're generic, they're very similar to others out there, we see the production stage is responsible for about 80% of impact generally, processing 10%, logistics 5%, retail 2%, and consumption and disposal about 10%. So in general, for animal-based products, these are reasonable figures. And it would seem if we looked at the cradle to farm gate data, we know what we need to know about the impact of these foods. But our work was interested in the food system, not just the farm. That's the critical component, or the thing that makes VALUMICS different. It's about the food system. So we looked at the food system. In this case, we looked at 3 consumer products from 2 species. So from cattle and salmon, and we looked at the production there. The processing of those into steaks, salmon steaks and beef steaks, and then butter. We used butter for this case study rather than liquid milk because liquid milk isn't really associated with an export market. So we wanted a food that went to an export market. We considered the logistics, which included trucks, boats and aeroplanes, retail, and then the consumption and disposal. And we were particularly interested in the waste in the consumer market. And the question we were asking was, does it matter where a product is sold and whether it is consumed? If you look at the data that you can get easily to hand at the moment, that isn't factored in at all. And if we know a little bit more about where a product is sold and how it's consumed, does this tell us something about the hotspots and how we might solve them? So we felt this was important because farming and food processing are really quite well understood. There's ongoing work in life cycle assessment of these, but it's not making major changes. It's generally incremental changes. And the role of the end market hasn't received much attention. So things like food miles are out there, but they're not very informative because they're not in the system context. And the role of consumer behavior is probably understood to some degree, but not in terms of its consequence for environmental impact. So we needed to know about these in order to look at reducing hotspots. So the main findings of our work was how fresh food products were transported matters. All markets weren't equal. So if we look at the carbon footprint, and I'm focusing on that because people tend to be interested in climate at the moment, but we looked at a wide range of impacts. And for the beef product, comparing an Irish market to a US, the made export market, we see a 40% difference in the absolute eco-efficiency in terms of CO2 equivalent per kilogram of food. For the butter, going from, again, an Irish market to a Japanese market, we see 100% difference. For the salmon, going from a Norwegian market to a Chinese market, we see a 227% difference in the carbon footprint. And we see similar figures for other impacts. We also see that the wasted food in these export markets varied greatly. So based on the figures we could get, the US market was wasting about 13% of food compared to about 6 or 7% in the UK and Ireland. This drives a hotspot. The Japanese market, which we used for the butter, was only wasting about 1% of food, a fraction of what's wasted in Europe. And this also is seen as removing a hotspot. And what we found was the production stage remains a hotspot in most cases, but its impact, its relative impact, when we look in the whole food system, changed greatly from, it was reduced as little as 10% up to 80% for a particular impact, ozone layer depletion. And we'll look at those numbers in a little more detail in a moment. So the way we got to these conclusions was we used the life cycle assessment approach. We included material extraction, the farming and production, processing, transport, retail, disposal. We were looking at an accounting of mass and energy flows through all of these stages, and then looking at the flows that caused different pollutions and classifying them into impact categories, and then putting them through an impact method. So I'm not going to go into the detail of LCA here. That's described thoroughly in the various reports and publications. So let's have a look at the results, the numbers that led us to these findings. What we can see here is the data for the salmon fillet, and in the top graph we've got the domestic supply chain, so that's selling salmon in Norway, below that Denmark, and we have different impact categories ranging from abiotic depletion through human toxicity to eutrophication. And then we've got the different places where there might be hotspots, and we can see that aquaculture stage, the production stage, is the dominant one here. And we've got a bit of consumer waste poking out there. A little bit of processing appears in places, but not a lot. If we compare that to selling exactly the same product in China, then the hotspots change. So remember, the green bars represent exactly the same absolute amount of impact. So this is the relative impact once we put it in the full system. And we can see, say, for climate impact, that transport, the air freighting becomes a key impact. If we compare, looking at eutrophication here just as an example, if we look at the food waste, there's very little difference in food waste in these markets, so the hotspot stays very similar. If we look at butter, the general picture for Irish domestic supply versus the major European market, Germany, there isn't much difference. We can see processing is emerging as more important, because this is now a more processed food. When that's sold into the Japanese market, we see a completely different pattern. So the absolute carbon footprint has doubled, but the hotspots have changed entirely. So we now have a hotspot associated with transport as well, and we can see that the low relative rate of food waste in Japan removes the hotspots associated with that activity. And we look at beef. Again, the general picture looks very similar. You wouldn't see that it was all that much different from the salmon or the butter. When we look at this sold into the US market, the dominant market for this, then we can see that in this case for climate impact, the hotspot for transport is not as big. That's because it's a much shorter distance for air freighting. But we can see that the food waste rate in that market has significantly increased this hotspot. So the implications of our work are that market matters. The impact of animal-based fresh food items should always consider where they're being sold and the consumer behavior in that market. To simply say that we produce beef more eco-efficiently in one country than another doesn't actually tell us all that much about the impact across the whole food chain. Now, we did identify some potential solutions here, such as novel feeds for the production stage, sustainable aviation fuel for the logistics, and waste prevention programs. And when we look at what they can do, we see across the whole food system, not just the farm stage, that the novel feed actually has a relatively low benefit. 1 to 2% might be expected in reduction of climate impact. And that's quite uncertain for the salmon. The reason it's uncertain for the salmon is because the absolute impact of the salmon production stage compared to the cattle production stage is much smaller. If we look at sustainable aviation fuel, now associated with European policies that it wasn't at the beginning of the project, we can see that there's great potential for impact reduction here, up to 40%, and it's fairly consistent across food product types. And then if we look at the food waste prevention program, even in the Japanese market, where there's only 1% food waste, we can see an impact reduction comparable to the novel feed in the cattle, and we might get up to 15% or more reduction in the beef. So generally speaking, what we conclude from this is that the relative contribution of the production stage when we're looking at fresh animal-based food items is reduced when air freighting is used to serve international markets. So the air freighting just adds to the carbon footprint, but it becomes a really significant hotspot. The novel feed can make a small but reliable contribution to reduction, but it's not going to be transformative according to the data we had. Sustainable aviation fuel can make an important contribution if we're supplying international markets, but maybe we should ask ourselves the question, should we be? And consumer behaviour in international markets with regard to wasting food needs to be addressed. And that's probably the most important way of reducing impact. Valorization ideas around food waste are never going to reduce the impacts that have already happened upstream. You can't offset them with valorization. So if you would like more details about this, you can contact me here, and the publications associated with this are in Science of the Total Environment, the research briefs on the VALUMICS website, and the final project report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nick, and I think we should just drive on and introduce the next speaker, Sean McCarrigy from UCD as well.
So welcome and thanks very much. The purpose of this presentation is to tell you a little bit about Work Package 7, which built on earlier work in the VALUMICS project as intending to simulate using computer models a number of the food value chain case studies from the VALUMICS project. Now, although I'm presenting, this is of course joint work from a lot of people, including others at University College Dublin, members of the partners from University of Iceland, and also Assist Software, who did most of the heavy lifting on software development. So I'm going to give an overview of the modeling work we did and try to explain some of the ideas within it. And towards the end, then I'll show you the living, breathing web interface to the actual application, which is what we call a big computer program. So we'll start by looking at the conceptual framework. We'll then talk about the concept of making a model that is a hybrid of two types of simulation approach called system dynamics and agent-based modeling. We'll focus in on the decisions of the agents, because it is these decisions around things like pricing and level of production and so on that are interesting from the point of view of fairness in a food value chain, which is what we're trying to explore. We will look at one example in particular, the French wheat bread food value chain. Now, you've heard a little bit about this already in some of the presentations, particularly from Ivan for Work Package 5. We'll look at the structure of that. We will introduce some of the modeling tools that were used in developing the model. So we're starting off with a cognitive map. We'll see that, what it looks like. Then the agent behavior rule maps, and how does the hybrid approach of system dynamics and agent-based modeling work. We'll say a little bit about how we tested and verified the model, and then I'll swing over to a different window to try and show you the setup of the dashboard. So the overall framework then is we have a problem and we focused on fairness. Our fairness, both procedural and distributional. So distributional fairness would be a measure of how a particular euro or a dollar, how is it distributed along the different actors in a value chain, which is getting a higher percentage of the value produced by the food value chain. There's also the concept of procedural fairness, which is measured by things like the learner index as a proxy, which again, Ivan mentioned previously. It's about market power and which in a pair of actors, which is able to dictate terms to some extent to the other actor. So we did qualitative and quantitative modeling and simulation, and looking at this from the perspective of socioeconomic sustainability. And why was that? Because the follow-on work package 8, is particularly interested in things like how many employees will there be in the future if the current approach continues on, or if the current approach, as in structure of food value chain, is actually different in the future. What will happen to level of production, number of employees, and so forth. So those were things we needed to capture in our model. So the techniques used, we'll talk about them in more detail later on, things like cognitive mapping and agent resource mapping, and agent rules definition. So we'll see more about that shortly. Then the output is a simulation model, and we call it a policy scenario simulator because it allows us to do such things as, say, alter the level of financial subsidies to see what's the effect on different actors in the food value chain if that is done. So this allows you to experiment with different policies if you're a commission policymaker, and perhaps you'll be able to see what are the outcomes of different approaches. So our overall goal then is to both experiment on and test various policy and market interventions, and so somehow give information about transition pathways, how they will develop towards more environmentally sustainable, but also socially fair food value chains. Okay, so the stages of development, and these more or less mapped onto the tasks in the work package. We started off with a conceptual specification of the model. Now this went over and back a few times. We had to identify the information available, both qualitative and quantitative, and we had to work with expert partners within VALUMICS and in a couple outside on the structuring and definition of the problem to make sure that we had the right background. Nothing worse than trying to solve the wrong problem. Functional specification of the problem means, of the model, means stating what the model will do rather than how it will do it. So again, this involves fleshing out those earlier discussions with partners using the tools we'll talk about shortly. A lot of information had to be gathered about what kind of decisions are made by actors and on what basis, because this is captured in an agent-based model. An agent is basically a computer model of an actor, whether it be a company or an individual person in a food value chain. So we had to describe the decision procedures. What are the conditions upon which an actor or agent makes its decision, and the kind of questions that the agent asks before making a decision. Later stages then are more technical, so I'll just mention that they existed. Technical specification is developing a set of computer modules and how they'll interact. It's a lower level of detail, and then all of that is converted into actual running program code or an application. And an agile approach was adopted for this, where small changes were made iteratively in quick succession. A lot of validation happened during the development of the code, but also we had help from subject matter experts in IDRI and Work Package 8 to carry out some validation of the results to see if it agreed with their what they would have expected. Okay, so an agent is our model of an actor. All models have to be simplified because you can't capture all of the possible richness of real world situation in a computer model. So you have to be selective. You have to select out what you consider are important. And that was the purpose of the earlier discussions with the subject matter experts, to identify the most important things to model. So having identified the agent decisions and behavior that were particularly interesting to us, we want to test such things as how changes in production or consumption volumes, could affect the whole of the food value chain. Could it change the structure of the chain? Would the total number of jobs be different? Would they be distributed more differently? And how would the value add distribution along the chain be modified? Would a particular actor, for example, a retailer, get a larger piece of the pie if some change was made, for example? Then Work Package 8 had developed a number of what they call scenarios, which I'm sure they'll discuss shortly. These are connected to production and financing and the kind of markets, industry-led or artisan-led markets in the French food value chain. So we considered what happens in these, and also what happens if the CAP subsidies, the public financing, maybe get changed. So our key performance indicator for fair value distribution was decided by the project as a whole, the VALUMICS project, to be the gross margin, including any public financing, together with revenues. For procedural fairness, learner index was taken as a good proxy. And the food value chain structure was assumed to remain valid until at least the year 2030, that there would be no major changes in the structure of the food value chain until that time. Now, Work Package 8 are interested in going further to 2050, when there may be changes in the structure. There may be new actors, or maybe actors disappear. But we did not have the resources to model such changes. So the example we'll look at is the French wheat to bread food value chain. There was also the Italian tomato chain modeled, but I'll just focus on this for the purpose of this talk. So what happens in this food value chain? Well, you have farmers shown in green on the left. You have cooperatives or wholesalers in yellow. There's another actor called a miller. Milling is an important process in the production of bread, where the wheat is milled to flour. Then a number of things can happen from here. It can go straight to a traditional baker, or maybe it goes to an industrial baker, who may send it on to a retailer, and maybe in-store bakers, and so forth. So we focused on the actors within the red dotted lines as being the most important for us to model. So cereal farmers, large cereal farmers, medium-sized cooperatives, medium-sized millers, and traditional bakers. So the first thing to do is identify what affects what. And this is captured in a cognitive map. Now, I'll just mention one or two things here. We're particularly interested in prices because they feed into margins, and that gives us a proxy for fairness. So for example, in the middle here, one, we have price negotiation for wheat between farmer and collector. So what are the things that would affect this price negotiation? Well, obviously the collectors themselves and the farmers. Collectors are the cooperatives or wholesalers. The average campaign price, the revenue based is based on the level of protein, and a number of other different impacts. And you can see that there's many different factors being captured here. For example, exchange rates between euros and dollars, the world climate, the price of a barrel of oil has an effect on price volatility and futures, which then in turn affect reference prices for wheat. So having identified the effects, or rather, let's say the different quantities that needed to be modeled and their effects on each other, we now focus on individual agents. Now, an agent I should have, yes, somehow I missed a slide, excuse me. What is an agent? Well, the main purpose of this model was to mix together system dynamics and agent-based modeling. Now, this is a very complex system. You cannot capture all of the details in an algorithmic computer model. So what you do is you set up a number of possible collections of actors and run the model through and see what happens. You do this over and over again to see what is the average outcome. So this is called a computational simulation, when you don't have enough understanding of the internals of a real world situation to model it exactly. So you run it on a probabilistic basis over and over again and see what happens on average. There are a number of different simulation approaches available. One is called system dynamics, another is called agent-based modeling. We actually used a hybrid of the two. And the reason is system dynamics is good at looking at the big picture, a top-down view of the world, capturing flows and feedback loops in some real-world situation. Agents, on the other hand, are a bottom-up idea. An agent is our model of an actor, and it is a self-contained part of the world. It's autonomous, in other words, it makes its own decisions, but it is situated in an environment. So it has to react to what happens in the environment. And also it is social. It's interacting with other agents. So its decisions and its actions will depend on the environment and what other agents do. So it has behaviors. It senses the environments, it decides, it acts, it may have constraints on what it can do. Imagine just a real person doing their daily life and working out, what do I do in this situation? Given that I only have a budget of 100 euros, what can I buy? That kind of thing. It responds to the actions of other agents. It responds to regulations from regulators, flows of goods, and so on. So it has those behaviors, but it also has goals, things that drive its behavior. Maybe it wants to optimize something like profit. Maybe it wants to maximize that, or maybe simply to satisfy certain constraints or requirements. It might have an ability to learn or adapt based on experience, and it may have stocks of resources. So for us, then, an agent is any food value chain actor. So how, or what are the decisions an agent may need to make? Well, for example, down here is, if buying price offer is greater than or equal to the minimum accepted selling price, then accept the maximum buying price offer among all buyers per product quality. So this is the kind of thing that our agents, and we have specific, particularly modeled aspects of agents that are relevant to fair food value chains. These are the kind of things that our agents will be checking. Are these conditions satisfied? And if it is, then they agree on a buying price per product quantity, quality, and category, and on the time of a contract. So all of these things are built into our model underneath the hood or the bonnet. So this again is perhaps a rather technical slide, so maybe I'll just very quickly go through it. A food value chain agent has attributes, things like its name, its number, its product capacity, and so on. It also has decisions or behavior rules. So what's its production? That will depend on its total capacity, its percentage utilization, production adjustment, and so on. It will have another behavior around price setting and negotiation. And all of these are going back to the cognitive map then. So here is a flow map, and it shows the impact or the effects of outside quantities or outside actions on our production. Up on the top left is an examination of the financial side. So public financing would come in, time to receive payment. The financial resources are affected by this. So there's some increase and maybe some decrease down to expenses and so on. You notice we're using the learner index and gross margin as important indicators for us. So those are the things that an agent is doing. So on the right here, we have our set of agents, or models of actors. They live inside an environment and they interact with it. Here's one agent in particular, shown as a green ball. It has its own attributes and behaviors. And one of its decisions perhaps is around its financial resources. So we've expanded that out a little bit on the left. Now, all of this is the modeling work that's done before you do any coding. Once you've done the coding and built a model, you then need to verify it, test it to make sure it's working reasonably well. Now, this image here is the local output of the repassed Symphony interface, which is not what we're using in practice. In practice, we're using a web-based interface, but this is useful for basic testing and validation. We worked with IDRI as part of this validation. So I will now, if I can, swap over to show you what the interface, the dashboard looks like. There's the website. At the moment, that is closed to members of the consortium. So I'm going to stop sharing, and then I'm going to try to share again. With a different screen. So can you see the scenario simulator?
Yes.
Okay. So these are just a couple of basic scenarios that I set up. They're copies of some other scenarios set up for validation purposes by IDRI. So if I look at one called Wheat Demo, and I'll just view it. The response time can be a little bit long because there's a lot of processing going on in the background with hundreds of agents and all of their individual decisions being carried out. So here are the kind of things that are relevant to the scenario as a whole. How many runs do we want to do? The more you do, the more statistically significant are your results. How many years do we want to run it for? From 2020 to 2030, that would be 10 years. That would be our decision horizon for this particular model. Do we want a percentage decrease in production volume? If so, we could adjust it on this scale, for example. When to start the decrease. Okay, because I went into view, I can't change any of these, but you can change them as you wish. Then there's a number of steps you can go through. So you can set up for the farmers, for example, different sizes of agents. So we have large and small and medium farmers. What's their cap utilization and their productivity? The cooperatives, what's their grain utilization and so on. The pay that the mill employee gets, the number of mill employees as well, and so on. Industrial bakers have their own attributes. Traditional bakers, they may get some public financing, for example. Retailers, so also consumers. So what is the consumption we expect a consumer to have? And then if we finish with this, we can, for example, run this simulation and look at the average over a period of time. So here is, for example, gross margin. So gross margin for the industry as a whole is changing a little bit over time, but we could focus in on particular ones. So I could get rid of average and total. And then if I look at this, retailers appear to be taking the largest proportion. The cooperatives seem to lose a lot and then eventually go up again. Excuse me. So there's a number of different things we can do and play with the system, and then we can export the outputs whether to PDF or indeed to comma separated versions of files as well. Okay, so I will pause there, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them during the Q&A session later on. So thanks very much for your time, and I'll try and flip back to the contact details. So stop sharing. See if I can go back to the slides. Share screen.
Okay, thanks very much, John. This is a good overview of this, and as this was one of the works that actually were delayed by COVID-19, and we are much later with finishing all of this than we anticipated. So nice to have this overview presentation on where we are at the moment.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, and then the next speaker is Arlindi Excelleri from CSCP, and we're now switching on to the consumer research. We have two presentations discussing that. So Arlind, please go ahead.
Thank you, Sigurdur. Okay, so good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you and also have the opportunity to present some of the consumer analysis findings that we have researched within the VALUMICS project. My name is Arlindi Excelleri, and I represent the team, the VALUMICS team from the Collaborating Center on Sustainable Consumption and Production, a Think and Do tank based in Wuppertal, Germany, while also acknowledging the contribution of the rest of the VALUMICS partner in this bulk of study. So I would like to start this presentation by highlighting once again what an important element of our lives food is. And as such, we jointly as a society have worked greatly towards improving the quality and diversity of food products available to us, and by default also improve our living and health standards, as well as our overall welfare. However, as we all know, there's a bit of a road ahead of us and some further opportunities of improvements, especially in the context of making our food consumption behaviors a bit more sustainable as well as healthier. And on basis of this, this is where I will focus in this presentation. I'll try to showcase what an effective transition towards more sustainable and healthier food consumption could look like, and how can consumer and behavioral insights support such transition. However, before proceeding, I would like to bring forward an important point, that is that within this bulk of work, we have taken as basis the Eat Lancet Commission report and understanding of sustainable and healthy food consumption. That is, the report states that in order for our global populations to be sustainable and healthy by 2050, the global consumption of fruits, vegetables, nuts, and legumes should double, while the consumption of foods such as red meat and sugar should fall by more than 50%. In this context, so in order to transition towards more sustainable and healthy food consumption behaviors, it is crucial, and also by default achieve this much needed consumer change or change at the consumer level. It is crucial to better understand the context and motivations, capabilities of consumer behavior, as well as how all of these connect to the rest of the value chain parameters. And this is what we have been trying to do within the VALUMICS consumer research analysis. So firstly, we have tried to really understand consumers' consumption and patterns, and from there on try to support the food actors in designing better actions, as well as by default then support this much needed transition. So now I'll just move on into the bulk of the research, so the different parts. On basis of a very in-depth desktop or literature review, as well as focus groups in 5 European countries, the first part of the research stream within the consumer analysis context focused on bringing forward a collection of insights and evidence on why European consumers buy food the way they do. And this analysis had two main angles, a very general one, just focusing on the general consumption patterns, but then a more product-specific one, generally the products that have been the focus of the VALUMICS project. And here, as a reminder, once again, in this slide, so we have beef, dairy, salmon, tomato, and bread. And what do the findings of this part of the research tell us? They tell us that food consumption comes as a result of a combination of drivers, indicating a very complex set of behaviors. However, at the same time, it is also possible to identify the drivers that influence our consumer choices or our consumption patterns. In this context, price been identified as the key driver of behavioral patterns. However, this does not necessarily mean that consumers by default are driven by the cheapest price, but it means that, for example, in those cases where consumers associate an increased value with a particular product, then this increased associated value also correlates with an increased willingness to purchase more expensive products. So depending on the value, depending on the value associated to a product, consumers will change their behavior. However, still price is a key behavioral determinant. Then the social context, whether it's norms, peer values, peer pressure, or generally patterns, as well as the individual or family habit, have been identified as another set of important behavioral determinants. Just to showcase this, for example, the eating patterns of a family or a household, like a member of a family, let's say the parent or the children, can influence the entire eating patterns of that household or family. The findings also showcase that health was identified as playing an increasingly important role in shaping food consumption behaviors. However, depending on the context and people's motivations, health can also act both as an opportunity and as a barrier towards more sustainable food consumption. An important finding is that environmental awareness exists. However, it is not at the top of consumers' list, as other factors as listed here seem to take precedence over environmental awareness. And to cap it, sustainability trends are developing over time, including here vegetarianism, veganism, local food consumption, or slow food movements. However, their impact on the mainstream food industry is quite limited. Therefore, it is important to find ways to boost their scalability. As highlighted, food consumption is relatively a complex group of behaviors, and this complexity emerges from the interplay between individual, social, and contextual factors that can all influence and shape our consumption choices. Nonetheless, at the very same time, a large degree of the action plans or the strategies out there, whether they are policy or market-based, focus a lot on providing information or awareness raising at the consumer level. And as such, and all of these strategies are mainly inspired by the central premise that consumers are perfectly rational, they are calculative, and they're optimizing. And of course, as beneficial as these action plans have been, they also, to a certain degree, they do not take into account consumers' actual reality and decision-making processes behind. And therefore, so far, they have exhibited only a relative degree of effectiveness. Therefore, it is important to turn towards another alternative and more realistic understanding of consumer behaviors. That is that people are subject of limited rationality and also incapable of perfectly understanding all elements of a certain situation, as well as given implications of that kind of situation. And as such, motivated by this kind of findings and understanding, the second part of the research within the consumer analysis focused on behavioral insights. Behavioral insights provide this more realistic, this more alternative, as also a much more evidence-based approach on why people behave and how people behave, as well as trying to better understand the cognitive processes behind people's decision-making processes. And in this slide here, I have showcased the outcome of this research. And of course, when planning this presentation, I didn't know that I'll have so much time, but still, it's only there for your consideration. And at this moment, I'll focus only on 2 examples of the outcome just for showcasing purposes. And of course, I would like to invite you to later on check the reports and the research out of it for more information. I'll focus on simplifying information because I would like to connect it with this inability of consumers to process all information that we provide to them in order for them to make a certain decision. And since people generally are unable to process all of this information, we think based on behavioral insight that it is much better to approach consumers only with a selected set of information, more targeted, and then avoid overloading them. And this is quite true for when it comes, for example, to labels and to the various campaigns out there. So maybe we just need to change a bit our strategy and provide a bit more targeted information to people and to consumers. The other example that I would like to highlight is about changing the default option, because this is inspired by people's tendency to go with the status quo. Basically, we as people we don't like so much change, and therefore we tend to follow the default options that have been provided by us, sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally. And making the sustainable products the default one can hold a great potential towards increasing the share of sustainable food consumption out there. The third stream of the VALUMICS consumer analysis focused also on collecting empirical learnings from 3 behavior change case studies. These were conducted by our VALUMICS partner, REVE International. However, I'm sure that Jan will be sharing those insights and learning immediately in the next presentation. So I'll just invite you to stay tuned, and I'll abstain from including those insights here. So when it comes to sustainable food consumption in general and consumers' attitudes towards it, it is well observed this intention-action gap, basically where consumers exhibit this pro-sustainability or pro-environmental attitudes. However, they fail to materialize those into practice. And the reasons for the intention-action gap are multifold, and some of these could be easily linked to the information that I've just presented in the preceding slides. And the very same information could also be utilized and leveraged in order to overcome this intention gap. And on basis of this understanding, as well as the collective learnings of the previous research streams, as well as expert consultations, the fourth part of the research focused on providing a set of multi-stakeholder recommendations that aim at closing this gap, as well as to support the shift or the transition towards more sustainable food consumption behaviors. And with these recommendations, we try to adopt a very holistic and system-based approach. So basically to utilize a variety of mechanisms, tools, policy recommendations that can support the shift, as well as to try to influence consumers on multiple angles. And while looking at the recommendations as such, we realize that all of these have a certain characteristic, common traits and characteristics, and they could be clustered under the framework that you can see in the slide here. And the main clusters that were identified were choice environment, choice expansion, choice editing, and beyond choice. In the next slide, I'll try to focus on what exactly each of these clusters means. However, again, for the sake of time, I'll not be able to go into detail on each recommendation and what do these entail. However, I would love and I would kindly invite you to have a read at the reports and see what these suggestions and ways forward look like. So choice environment brings together recommendations that aim at creating a favorable environment for sustainable food purchase to take place. often nudging consumers in a desired direction. So basically, this is all about the various interventions, policies that can modify and shape the point of purchase or the point of sale where consumers interact with the rest of the food system and try to utilize that point as a way of guiding consumers towards the universal, better, healthier, and more sustainable choices. Then we have choice expansion, which brings together recommendations that aim at increasing the number of sustainable options available, while keeping also the other conventional products available for consumers. And this is opposite to the other cluster of recommendations which look at choice editing. And in here, the recommendations look at reviewing and editing out the unsustainable and unhealthier food options. And we are quite aware that this is the type of recommendations that is very unconventional, that can generate a bit of a reaction, and are much more bolder. However, they also hold quite a potential, and maybe we just need to see and to explore if there is some sort of potential forward that we can utilize or leverage for the sustainable agenda in general. Then lastly, we have the recommendations within the Beyond Choice cluster. And this is all about those recommendations that aim to influence overall on the system, not on the point of purchase. However, these influences still hold the potential to increase and to make consumer choices much better and more sustainable. With this, I'm coming closer to the final bits and pieces of this presentation, where I would just like to make some final highlights. I think with this presentation, I tried to showcase that food consumption behaviors have such a transdisciplinary character. And whenever we try to influence those, it would be great to kind of acknowledge this character and also rely on measures that have a similar transdisciplinary approach as well. The recommendations that I just hinted at, they kind of acknowledge this recommendation and try to provide a system-based approach to changing it. As mentioned, they leverage a variety of tools and mechanisms, whether it's policy, whether it's business or market-oriented, whether it's just campaigns in general, and they try to influence consumer choices on those multiple angles. And for a much better result, we suggest that the recommendations should be seen in complementary to one another and reinforcing one another, as opposed to seeing them in silos. And then also, it is important to reinforce that it is necessary to reflect on consumers' reality, thinking, and behavioral patterns when designing any measures that are targeted towards them and towards changing their behaviors. As well as quite important, it is to bring consumers as an active participant in this discussion as opposed to passive one, because ultimately at the very end of the day, we're trying to design something that will impact them the most. And therefore, we could bring them into this conversation and give them a voice when trying to design and shaping the food frameworks. So I hope that with this presentation, at least I've made you curious about this piece of research. And if you'd like to learn more, please visit the VALUMICS project website and have a look at the VALUMICS publication set. You can see the cover of the report. And here I have provided a link to a video that basically is a more shortened version of this presentation that I gave and hints at the various aims of the reports. And of course, thank you very much for your attention. If you have any comments, questions, feedback, or any ideas of collaboration, please please feel free to reach out to us. We'd love to hear and also continue the conversation together. Thank you.
Thank you, Erland. Excellent presentation and captures many of the elements that we are still hoping to pursue working on in the future, because this is a much needed activity. And I think we will introduce now Jan Dorik from REWE International, because they did some choice experiments in their activity. And so Jan, if you are ready, you could present the perspective from the retailer side.
Yes, I'm ready. I hope you can see my slides already.
Yep, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, as mentioned, I'm Jan Dörrich. I'm a CSR manager at REWE International, and we have been partner with the work packaging behavior change in the case studies phase. We worked on, especially on the 3 dimensions, as mentioned before: choice editing, choice expansion, and change in choice environment. And I would try to bring in now with my presentation maybe some practical experience, and especially what our learnings have been for us as a company within the VALUMICS study, and what our findings were when it came to those 3 dimensions. And we connected it up front, of course, with certain topics. For choice editing, it was the social standards in the value chain regarding fruits and vegetables. For choice expansion, it was a project we did 2 years ago, a reusable milk bottle in the value chain. And for the change in choice environment, it was the greening of our supermarket stores, which we started just 1.5 years ago with a pilot phase. So I think there should be enough time. Maybe the time is a little short, so I will try to touch the other points briefly, but the social standard, of course, will be in focus in my presentation, and I hope I have time enough to touch the other ones as well. Maybe just general, besides what was our approach within this working package, besides the scientific approach from CSTB and the players which have been here, our partners, we focused as REWE on expert interviews, more or less, with a lot of stakeholders, many different stakeholders, suppliers mainly, producers, but also consumer organizations. And the other very important part was the internal interview phase, to get a more in-depth, detailed overview to those kinds of editing, choice editing or behavioral change studies. And upfront, the general learning for us as a company was quite interesting, because the reason why, and especially the preconditions for starting a project, have been quite different from the company's point of view and from the VALUMICS results, actually. And this gave us a way better understanding for the correlations of different dimensions. So all these outcomes, they can be very good included now in the new decision-making processes for new choice editing activities or choice expansion activities, for examples. So this is just up front. Very briefly, who we are REWE International. The facts are not so important. More important is that we are part of the REWE group, and but nevertheless we are quite independent, and we are managing all the international markets out of a headquarter near Vienna. And for this case study, for this project, we focused on the Austrian market with our store Billa. And so this is the framework. Billa Austria is here mainly the supermarket chain we are talking about. Yeah, let's start with the choice editing issue. For us, it was, we picked the social standards for fruits and vegetables, quite long-lasting choice editing tool. We started already 7 years ago. We defined a demand for social audits within the fruits and vegetable supply chain. 1 year later, we started with defined private label, a pilot phase more or less, and 2 years later we expanded it to all our products which we are buying. We did some sampling, but one key innovation, put it this way, was actually 2017, where we found out, okay, it's nice to have audits on different standards, but you also have to talk to the supplier. And we introduced so-called performance talks twice a year with each supplier. And this helped us, this gave us a boost for improving our standards, for reducing the problems we had before in the supply chain. And as I said before, this was very interesting regarding the VALUMICS in-depth analysis. Our original approach was more the risk management approach. Okay, we had some problems within the supply chain regarding social standards, and this was the main approach. Of course, we expected the consumer also to value those activities, but that's, to be honest, was not really the case, because it was more or less a basic topic, and I will go into it in the next slide. It was not so a topic of differentiation in the consumer point of view. But when we see the learnings and the findings from the VALUMICS project level, and I divided it into 3 parts or 3 levels: the direct project level area, the extended project level area, and the general level area. Not very scientific, but for us it was a good approach to get a better understanding where are the pain points and what are the learnings in what phase. We found out choice editing can strengthen resilience. Of course, if you give your consumer additional choices, you have to know your supply chain, because you have to introduce those, you have to develop those choices somehow. And if you know your supply chain, you have more transparency, you know the problems first, you can move faster, you can act faster, and you are less susceptible to interference. So this is a very important learning for us. Another very important learning is bottom-up innovation only, or mainly, I would say mainly, probably happens in every part in the in the part of the value chain where the value chain is healthy. Put it healthy is not a very scientific approach, but where you have a good understanding with your partners, their innovation is done and can come up. On the extended project level, this was very important. This was when I talked before the performance talks, we found out these additional non-financial touch points of communications and for further understanding innovations are very important. And it's not important. It's, of course, it's for us as a company, it's important to talk about prices once a year or even more often when it comes to fruits and vegetables. But for me as a sustainability manager, it's very important to have these additional contact points, and there really improvement can be, or meaning improvement can take place actually, because you set besides the price topic, at least for 1 meeting or for 2 meetings, and then you can talk about sustainability, innovation and other things. So this was a very important learning. On a general level, as I just touched briefly before, social standards are more or less a basic requirement. We call it a so-called hygienic measure from the customer point of perspective. So this is very important. As I said, it's not really an issue of differentiation in that kind of case. The customer demands it, of course. They don't want to they don't want to deal with it actually, and they don't want to be concerned with those kind of issues. They think, okay, this product has to fulfill a certain standard, and that's it. And the other side, what is good for fruit and vegetables when it comes to choice editing, we found out a short value chain is very important, or helps, put it this way, it helps definitely. When it comes to fruit and vegetables, we have more or less 3 players. We have the producers, we have the supplier, and we have the retailer. Sometimes you only have the producer and the retailer. So choice editing is way easier if you have a short supply chain, a short value chain, and you can connect the customer and the product, or enable the retailer to influence the production more easily. On the other hand, what we found out, legislative support is needed. You have to have some kind of level playing field. Otherwise, you get in the case of a competitive disadvantage very easily, because it's not so much seen as a differentiation issue for the consumer. So you have to do something more than the market gives you, or the law says, put it this way. So it could be, if you do too much or invest too much and nobody sees it, it could be a competitive disadvantage. So a level playing field is very important when it comes to those sustainability issues. But during the crisis especially, we also found out, of course, and that's not a big surprise, but stable supply chains, they help during the crisis as a company. And you get stable supply chains if you talk to the supplier on a regular basis, and not only about prices and things like that, so quality. So choice editing in our point of view and a company point of view is very important or appropriate, where consumers are happy to delegate decision making, as I said before, if they don't want to really be concerned with such kind of decisions. It's also important in cases where certain activities are unacceptable for consumers, especially regarding food safety or as I talked about, the unfair working conditions. And this was a follow-up already in internal, more or less, from the VALUMICS project. We have the same issue when it comes to the pesticide use regarding fruit and vegetables. It's the same framework, LS. The people, the consumers, of course, they don't want to get in touch with those kind of issues. They want to have pesticides on their products, but everybody knows in the background, at least for non-organic production, pesticides are being used. So this is a big issue. And in some cases where consumers desire, maybe in conflict, choice editing is also very important or appropriate. E.g., or for example, when the consumer wishes for a very low priced article, but on the other hand, he wants to have the most sustainable article. So this is it's a challenge, but then you have to think about choice editing in some kind of way. Let's go to the next area, the choice expansion. And we use the example of the reusable milk bottle, which we introduced in the Austrian market, almost 3 years ago right now. And just a brief background, of course, we have reusable bottles in Austria, but not in the milk sector. So we have been the first one in Austria which introduced those kind of bottles. And also, again, here, the 3 different levels. Of course, you have to have a strong courage and a strong commitment of the senior management. I mean, this is not surprising. This is true, of course, for every kind of project. But in this kind of project, it was very important because it could only be done of one person, actually, of the persistence of one person within our company. And this helped, of course, a lot. What also helped is a pragmatic and a very cooperative approach from NGO side. The NGOs are on the one hand driver for change, but also if you cooperate with them, in that case, they can additionally inform the consumer and the customer why this is a good product, why this is a choice expansion, and why the consumer should buy this kind of product and not the other one. So this is was a very fruitful cooperation, actually. On the extended project level, we found out, and this is also not so much surprising, but it was good, again, to see it here on black and white. Premium packaging for premium products, they include or should include addressing environmental aspects. So if you do choice expansion on a sustainability level, you should start with the premium brand or with a premium label. But it can support trickle-down effects to a broader range. So if you have the pilot product and this works, of course, we saw it in the past, when it comes to organic products or things like this, it will trickle down and will make your range broader, and the choice will expand more or less. On a general level, and this was I wouldn't say a paradigm shift, but usually we do a lot of market research before we introduce something, and you know, all this basic business stuff you have to do before launching a product. When it comes to choice expansion, especially in the field of sustainability, it's more trial and error sometimes. And in this case, it had been 100% true. You just have to try it. You don't have any very good data. There is no other comparable product out there, so you have to try it, and you have to have the luck of good timing as well. And good timing has to do something with the precondition for success. You have to have a good alliance, of course, between production, a producer, supplier, retailer, and ideally with NGOs in that case. So all have to work together to make choice expansion in the field of sustainability a success. Yeah, and last but not least, I hope I have a couple more minutes. I just will skim.
Yes, you have the time, because we are with a time slot built in, so please go ahead.
Perfect. Then I just will close with the change in choice environment. In our case, it was the greening of supermarkets. Quite a new topic, I would say. We started also about 2 years ago with greening of, in a pilot phase with 20 supermarkets. We introduced so-called blooming areas in front of the supermarket. And you probably personally know in Austria, it's a big issue. Usually the supermarket or the outside of the supermarket is a lot of concrete, gray, and it doesn't show any sustainability at all, and it's also not good for biodiversity and things like this. So we started here this project, and it's really a change in choice in the environment, I would say. So that's why we picked it. And we found out also again on these 3 levels, the first thing was very important, especially for our business managers in certain areas. It's a license to operate thing. If you positive influence your community, if you have such, we call it lighthouse projects, such shining projects, it's easier in a positive way to get authorization for new stores, for example. So on the other hand, I have to admit, sometimes in some communities, it's already a must-have. So it's a vice versa thing, but it started out with a more license to operate issue. Of course, it's a motivation for employees. If you do here in that kind of change of environment, you give also the employees, not only the consumers, but also the employees, a better feeling to the company, and it demonstrates innovation from the company point of view. On the extended project level, yeah, of course, climate protection is an issue, and it should be reflected in infrastructure and product assortment, and it shows engagement. On the other hand, there were not really significant signs that this outside change of environment really influenced the buying habit. So this is probably one thing which has to be invested further. It helps. It makes the company more sympathy. You get a better sympathy. It maybe highlights the topic of climate change and biodiversity, especially when you make some comments there. You have like a stand outside or flyer where it explains why you're doing this, and this could influence the buying habit. What would be the desire of in my case, especially to more organic products or more sustainable products, for example. But this link is not significant yet. On a general level, especially when it comes to those kinds of things, expert support and external experience is definitely needed, because you're doing something completely new, outside usually of your daily business routine. So you have to have a good expert support. And for us, especially within the greening of buildings, you have so many biological issues, starting from planting the right plants and how to harvest and maintain all these things. So this is very important to have here a good support. Yeah, overall, I would say for us as a company, the VALUMICS project makes it possible for us to include new methods of thinking upfront already in the new planning processes. So this helped a lot. And I think to have a certain methodology definitely will help us when it comes in the future to choice editing, choice expansion, or changing choice environmental issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hey, many thanks, Sigurdur, and to all the presenters that were before me. Basically, what I do, I will start focusing on one specific chain. This presentation is in cooperation with Lukasz Czekura from the Czech University in Prague, and the research results I present work of the region. So what we have of the tomato value chain, governance, and productivity dynamics. What we would like to provide is a multi-actor perspective. So what we have is the provision of more than single actors, but more providing a systemic view of the different actor chains. So just to explain the importance of the tomato at the Italian level, but I would say also the role of this specific product within the overall global production. Generally speaking, we can say that the tomato production is divided into two areas, with the South and the North Hemisphere. And it is mostly focused on what I was drawing as the green line. So it's right crossing the Mediterranean area, but also going from California down to China. Of this production, who are the key players? Who are the key players is the USA, so it's California. So California is the area that produces the most, the widest amount of processed tomato. We can say it's around 30% of the overall global production. China is increasing. So Chinese tomato production is increasing substantially. So it is depending on the type of processed tomato, because then again, there are different types of processed tomato. But generally speaking, what I present here is the canned tomato. These are the percentages divided, collected so far in the latest available year. At the European level, the two main players are Italy and Spain. So Italy produces about half of the overall European tomato production, and about 1/4, so that Spain, it's producing, again, as I was saying, 1/4 is produced by Spain. In terms of exports, similarly, for canned tomato, it's mostly produced or exported by Italy. So about 80% of the produced, exported canned tomato is exported by Italy. What we, just to give you more detailed and geographical dimension of this production. Well, the production is divided into the north and south of Italy. The north of Italy produces a bit more compared to the south, center-south. But we can still say it's about 50%. And within the north of Italy, I would say that 70% is located in Emilia-Romagna, where I put the small tomatoes in the map. And then the rest, it would be Lombardy, Piedmont, and Veneto. The graph below is representing the amount, so the hectares where the the tomato to be processed is actually grown. And as you can see, there have been floating. So there have been a trend which is pretty constant. So it doesn't change dramatically, but as you see, I don't know if you recall some of the results that Ivan was presenting, there are changes which are also connected to the governance of the chain. That's one of the main results that was coming out from the project. So the point that we would like to make now is how it is managed. So what is the governance of the chain? Well, a key role within the governance of the processed tomato in Italy is played by the interbranch organization. The interbranch organization was initially recognized by the region Emilia-Romagna in 2011, and then it was again recognized again by the 2012 by the EU. So as you can see, first it was the regional level, and then it was expanded at the European level. There are three main levels of players. One are the single companies and cooperatives. These do play a key role. But many of these are then into part of producer organizations, so-called POs. These, again, are a first level of, I would say, concentration of powers within the governance of the chain. Their role is negotiating, bargaining, and programming with the processors. So you already see it is a food system negotiation and governance that we see here. They are in charge of collection of payments. They have activated systems of mutualism among themselves. So they decided to support themselves in cases of any problem may occur. And they also established a disciplinary of production, which again is setting a common set of rules among the different actors. Then there's a third level, which is the interbranch organizations, so the IBO, as an acronym. It focuses on the north of Italy. Again, there is another IBO which includes actors in the south of Italy. So what we're talking about now is the IBO in the north of Italy. It includes around 2,000 producers, 13 producer organizations, 20 processors. So I would say that the farming level and the processing level are fully, quite widely represented within the IBO. Then we also have professional organizations, associations, and the aim is to promote the integration within the tomato industry. Even though I would like to start saying that it does not intervene actively in the trade negotiations among single partners. So bilateral agreements do not see the IBO as an active player. So the processed tomato is produced on a contractual basis. It's an annual contract. So the IBO, let's say, that oversees the overall negotiation process. They set all the actors agree on a framework contract. So the actors within the IBO have to comply with a framework contract, which sets the general rules. For example, it defines details in terms of supply and delivery. So just to give an idea, it specifies that the tomato has to be from the field to the processors within 5 hours. And that's specified. If it is not, if it doesn't comply with this rule, it is likely that the quality that the product, the raw tomato that is within this processors is not of good quality. So that's the main reason. So it's to make sure that the overall quality is respected. This contract then has to be signed bilaterally, and there can be some modifications. What are these small modifications? Where there might be a premium or a penalty price. A premium price is when the value of the tomato, which is the Brix value, so it gives you the amount of sugar that is within the tomato, is of a higher level, than the farmers would get a higher price. Or a penalty, again, on the other side. So if the quality of the tomato is not of the quality that the processor would like to have, then the farmers will get a penalty. So again, this is also playing as an incentive and a deterrent against misconduct. Single producers are not allowed to contract directly through the POs. So the farmers have to go through the POs to sell the tomato to the processors. Since I have 1 minute more, I'll just spend 1 minute on this specific aspect on the premium and penalty. There are some key processors that are aiming for a very high quality tomato, processed tomato, that now are undergoing a moment of capacity constraint. So what is going on is that their understanding and their cooperation with the farmers is becoming problematic, because they would like to have a higher amount of high quality raw tomato to be processed, and they don't get enough players at the farming level to make sure that they get enough tomato to be then processed and hopefully exported. So as you can see, it's a matter of making sure that what you get in terms of raw material is of the quality that you want. That's the processors, how important that's for the processors. So why do we talk about distributive fairness in this sense? Well, as you can see, by setting, let's say a price, a reference, so-called reference price, you start, let's say, controlling, you start monitoring what is the level of the outcome distribution. So in the previous presentations, we saw from shown presentations how this was already included in the concept of the model. Again, this is a key aspect. As you can see from the table, from 2011, that's when the IBO was established, down to the latest year. They have already set a price. So yearly, they set a price, which goes from 88 euro per tons, and in 2021 was 92 euros per tons. And as you can see, that's the, I would say again, the reference price is not the price of the contracts. It's just a price which, if it goes below or if it goes higher, has to be specified and depends on penalty or premium prices. So the reference price, again, is not a minimum price. It can vary depending on the quality of the parameters. And why there is such a attention on this aspect? Well, first of all, one of the main reasoning behind this is to avoid the overproduction. So farmers are, let's say, pushed not to produce more than agreed. And this is mainly in order to, let's say, maintain a good price for all the farmers. And not to have an internal war among the different actors within the IBO. This means also avoid overstocking, because if the processors and the retailers get in a situation of overstocking, clearly the following year, so the issue is the following year is not that year, but what is in their mind is the sustainability of the system through time, is that they would go for a minor purchasing of processed tomato, and this can strongly affect the overall sustainability of the system. And this is also to establish and keep a long-term relationship, which is strongly based on collaboration and trust. As I was showing, it is strongly related within one territory, and that's how they need to keep it like that over time. So just to clarify, so when they decide over time, they decide the price per ton, and they decide the volumes that is going to be produced. Some initial elements, which are introductory aspects, then Lukasz can go more further details, is the role of the IBO. Well, what is important is the sustainability of the system. Well, when we talk about sustainability, it's not environmental sustainability only, but it's the overall sustainability of the system, which means making sure that within the tomato supply chain, there is the protection of the soil and water resources, because the tomato production strongly exploits these inputs. And on the other side, to compensate that if there might be some reduction in the yields and in increasing production costs. So the IBO is playing a key role as facilitator, and can further play an important role as guarantor, I would say, of sustainable practices. On the other side, we can also say that the IBO can be a promoter of practices. So it's a key role, overarching body that can support the productivity and investments in productivity, as again Lukasz is showing out to me.
Thank you, Antonella. Good morning to everyone. And I'd like to present some parts of the results, and I will deal especially with the productivity dynamics. And in our analysis, we investigated total factor productivity as the most comprehensive measure of productivity, which is used as an indicator of the long-term competitiveness, and as such, it's a really good indicator of the sustainability or resilience. So we use micro level data So we can also investigate the distribution and divide it into the size groups. And in these slides, I will also provide the insight into the drivers of the productivity and especially provide some highlights. So as far as the total factor productivity in the tomato value chain is concerned, so we can observe significant productivity improvements for tomato production. This is not really the case of tomato processing, as we can observe only minor productivity changes. If we look on the distribution, so when I start with tomato processor, we cannot find any differences among the size groups. So we can observe almost the same changes for large producers as we can observe it for the small and middle ones. But this is not the case for tomato producers. As the middle and large tomato producers didn't change the productivity, total factor productivity considerably, the small tomato producers indicate an opposite patterns. So we can just conclude that the overall productivity growth in tomato production was driven by a group of small producers. And now let me provide some insights in the drivers of this productivity dynamics. In this case, we decompose the total factor productivity into three elements, which are the main elements that drives the productivity. And that is the technical change, technical efficiency, and the scale efficiency. Antonella, next slide, please. So first, let's start with the technological change. So in the case of the tomato processing, we can again we do not observe any significant change as far as some technological improvements are concerned. In the case of tomato production, the overall technological change, when we take the average over the period, so it was negative, but this negative technological change was decelerating, and in fact, it was changed to be positive at the end of analyzed periods, so starting approximately in the year 2013, so it becomes to be positive. So in this case, we could observe the positive technological change, like we shift the production frontier and improving the productivity in the tomato production. When we just observe the differences between the different size groups, so we do not find any significant differences among producers and the processors as well. Next slide, please. So then the technical efficiency. So the overall technical efficiency provides some space for the improvements, and this holds not only for the production, but especially for the processing. Then we decompose this overall technical efficiency to the transient and persistent component. And we could observe that especially the persistent technical efficiency, which is related to the systematic failures in efficiency of input use, is more pronounced in production as compared to the processing level. But the main highlight from this component is that the technical efficiency improvements provides a room for productivity, overall productivity improvement. Next slide, please. And the last component, the scale effect, which is very interesting. So we can see that in tomato processing, there is almost no change to be observed over the analyzed period. And this is a really good message, since the tomato processor are characterized by constant returns to scale. That is, they produce an optimal production sizes. This is not the case of the producers, because they exhibit economies of scale, so they have on average high scale inefficiencies. But these, when we take the dynamics, these scale inefficiencies in production are improving over the time. And in fact, this is the main source of the productivity improvements, and this especially holds for the group of small farmers that we could observe, since the larger is the farm, the closer is to the optimal size. So the main message from this analysis is that the TFP growth in tomato production was driven by an improvement of scale efficiency in the group of small farmers. But still, when we take the overall scale efficiency, it can be further improved and provide another room for productivity improvement. So that is the message from the productivity dynamics, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, both of you, and now I think we see the difference. Tomato as an example of a food value chain where people have done in-depth analysis of those factors. We have actually asked Kelly Parsons to lead the Q&A session. I know she is ready, and I noticed that there are very few questions into the Q&A panel by the attendees. So please, if you have questions, but we had provided some preliminary questions as well, so we can open the floor. And if you feel that you need to ask additional questions, use the Q&A, and we will try to address this. So we will now change the view to a panel view of the full panel, and Kelly, if you could take a lead on this. So I put now up in a gallery of the panelists. So,
sure.
Okay.
Thanks, Theodore. Hello, everyone. I'm Kelly Parsons from the University of Hertfordshire, and I'm going to be facilitating the Q&A. So my plan is to direct the questions to the panelists I think they're most relevant for, but if any of the other panelists want to jump in after they've given their answer, then I suggest you just unmute and do that. And if everyone could keep their answers as short and sweet as possible, as we have 7 panelists and 20 minutes. So first of all, we're going to cast our minds back to the first presentation by Ivan, and there's a specific question that's come in on this presentation. So Ivan, I hope you're ready to answer that. It's about the wheat to bread supply chain, and the question is, can you further specify the impact of increased contracting all along the chain, from seeds to farmers to ingredients to bakeries? Let me know if that question makes sense to you.
I would like to thank the person who posed the questions, because 2 questions came from the same person. Concerning the first question, I would say this is more related to the governance of the wheat to bread supply chain, especially I would say for France, which I think we don't have anyone from IDRI in the panel. They would be rather the best person to answer, but I would say from our analysis, we did not include any specific issues related to contracts in, for example, price transmission analysis. But what we can say from the market power analysis is definitely that those that do not have kind of contracts with whatever kind of cooperatives or unions have definitely lower bargaining power. And even if they have some kind of individual contracts, and there is the existence of some market imperfections within the value chain, it will not help much. So we saw in the case of tomato value chain how important is to have this kind of unions which regulates these contract issues and then helps in gaining bargaining power. And then switching to the price transmission question. So first of all, for due to the lack of data access for many of the specific value chains, we conducted the price transmission for salmon, especially in dairy, value chains, and I can say for the main focus for us was actually how are these price signals transmitted from the main exporting market in a case of salmon. How is it transmitted to the main importing market in the EU? How it affects EU markets, and then these price asymmetries. We did not conduct the typical tests, but what we did the tests on how certain positive shocks from the salmon market in Norway affects and which level of the chain in France and Poland. And we have identified that, for example, prices on the retail level in France react much faster. 50% of deviations are adjusted within, I would say, like 10 weeks period, compared to the wholesale level prices, which can be adjusted within 6 months or something like that. So this kind of dynamics we looked at in our analysis, not that specific between wheat and then flour and then bread, due to some data restrictions we had. Yeah, so but I would advise to look at the project reports on the website, and please contact me personally later on for more details. Thank you.
That's great, thank you. Does anybody else come in on that? No. Okay, good. So the next question is for...
Yes. There was a new question coming in from Jonas Sweden, which actually touches on the cases and differences and the context of them. Maybe we can ask the panelists to just read the question, and then if anyone is ring enough to take the floor, because the cases are quite different and go in different perspectives in many cases. So it's a tough question. From
good idea.
Resident Center.
Panelists, can you have a look at the question, and then I'm going to give you a few minutes while I ask another question, and then you can hope someone can hopefully come in on that. So it's a specific question, and it is it's for Nick, and it's a question: what do you consider to be novel feed? Could you say a bit about that, please?
Well, in our work, novel feed was insect protein. There are others that could be considered. So, for instance, the refining of grass into concentrated proteins would be another alternative. But novel feed would be anything that isn't in the conventional livestock feed chain at the moment. So the cereal crops, the protein crops, fibers, grass, anything different from that.
Thanks. And the reason you chose that particular novel feed?
Well, it was a feed that could be consumed by both cattle and salmon. So we were trying to ensure that we had a methodological and conceptual consistency across the different chains. So in terms of making comparisons between them, we were very careful not to. But we were concerned with a kilo of food consumed. That was the function that we worked with. So we didn't want to have very different scenarios for the different products. We wanted to be able to look at solutions that would perhaps generalizable to animal based food chains rather than a specific circumstance.
Great, thank you. So a question that's come in, which the panelists have been having a look at, is the question says, this is very interesting project and presentation with examples from 4 case areas. Are there some general reasons for the case area differences and also similarities? For example, general societal context of production, trade, consumer patterns, societal sustainability concerns. And that's a question from someone from the Stockholm Resilience Centre. So thank you for your question. Who would like to jump in?
I can, get into well, the point that was made regarding specifically about the tomato. So why specifically we selected the tomato? We did work in the past on this specific case and chain, and we were aware of the specific dynamics in terms of governance and what were the political expectations and investments also that were made on the chain. So we wanted to go more in more details regarding some economic dynamics underpinning some of the choices that were made in the past and what would be the impact. So it was representing a key product within the overall, let's say, possible options. And then again, we knew that it was not going to be represented in other regions, so in other countries. So again, that would be totally different, which again, there was also some reasoning behind the higher consumption, which is the consumer pattern regarding fruit and veg. So again, that was another issue. So there were different elements which brought the overall partnership to decide to go in that direction. And as we know, again, there are other societal sustainability concerns in some of these chains. And we wanted to address them with research, with data, and with findings. That was the main reasoning behind.
Thanks, Antonella. Anybody else?
Yes, I could step in here, although I haven't presented yet. It's David Barling. The fact is that each chain has a different set of dynamics based around its structural features and the nature of the product involved. So while there are similarities we can find, there are also differences. And that is one of the lessons I think that comes out in terms of policy interventions. But I'll be returning to that later this morning.
Thanks, David. Anybody else want to say anything about the cases? Okay, next question. Next question's for Matt Gorton from Newcastle, and it's about profitability. Could you say, give a bit more of a kind of granular reflection on profitability patterns across Europe? Are they similar in Western, Central, Eastern Europe?
Thank you, Kelly. Yes, so we broke down the analysis and looked at it for some of the leading countries. And we find a very similar set of patterns in terms of firm and industry level effects. So for example, we looked at Poland in greater depth, and there we see a very similar picture compared to the rest of Europe. So some of the drivers of profitability in terms of the nature of the market structure and the firm level factors seem to be pretty universal.
Thank you very much. Question for Sean next from UCD on the applicability of the model. There's two kind of connected questions. So you talked about the model in relation to wheat to bread supply chain. Could you say something about the applicability, and you've also applied it to tomatoes. Could you talk about the applicability to other food value chains? And could you also say something about how realistic the model is in the sense of how realistic it is and how could it be made more realistic?
Okay, well, I suppose the first question first. When we started off, we tried to make the model as generic as possible. So we identified a lot of commonalities among several case studies and tried to come up with a very general producer, processor, wholesaler stroke collector of some kind, retailer. So four main actors and then consumers as well. Consumers do occur in the model, but their behavior is very simple. It's really choose between a couple of options, perhaps green or non-green or organic or non-organic, but effectively four. Then with that generic model, we adjusted it to suit what was the most important aspects of the French wheat bread chain. But because we had developed that generic model, we were able to work with it further and make some changes to develop the tomato to processed tomato food value chain. And currently it's being developed further to the salmon to salmon fillet chain. Now, because of the generic nature, yes, you could extend it. Obviously, there's more work involved, and we would, because the project is ending, we we would have to take that on in a different way. But yes, that could indeed be extended to other food value chains, because we started off with as generic a model as possible, and that gives us the option of changing. Second question about how realistic it is. Well, that's always a fraught question in any modeling exercise. George Box famously said, all models are wrong, but some are useful. So the point of any model is to pick out what you think is relevant and important and try to capture that in your model. So there's always a selection process. We've selected what's relevant to the particular food value chains that we've modeled. We could make it more realistic. We could add more richness to the actors' behaviors. Again, this takes more effort and the model becomes more realistic, but it's longer to run. So there's a trade-off between computational runtime and realism. But the answer is yes, it can be done, but it's not a trivial matter. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the questions.
Thanks. Next question is for Arlind, and it's a question about, you talked about in your presentation about measures with a transdisciplinary approach. So I was hoping you could say a bit more about what that would look like, or give us some examples about in practice what you see that looking like.
Yes, sure. Basically, I would say the transdisciplinary approach is all about these various factors that can affect our consumption behaviors. Because as we talked in the findings, if you remember in the slide, I was talking about price, I was talking about health, I was talking about social context. So a variety of factors that can affect our consumption behaviors, and therefore they all represent a variety of disciplines behind it as such. So basically, when trying to design the measures that we want to promote in order to change consumption behaviors, we need to kind of rely on the variety of these disciplines out there. And this is something that the European Commission already has hinted at. We see it in the various H2020 program, where they ask us to kind of consider the social sciences and the humanities and the other disciplines that we need to take into account when developing a project. And this is exactly also what I was trying to hint when speaking about consumption and consumers' behavior change. So this variety, but also it's quite important when thinking about behavioral insights, is the psychology aspects of our decision-making processes. So how can psychology-based learnings help us to determine a bit better in which way our cognitive or mental models takes place, and how could we also utilize those when designing action plans, and then in all, like, bring all together these elements in those action plans and hope for a better outcome and an effective solution. Of course, this is not something, we cannot claim full effectiveness of the action plan, because it always depends on how it will be taken or how it will be accepted, but still it increases a bit more the chances of its effectiveness.
And is there an example of that happening at the moment that you came across?
I think the majority of the examples are these various interventions that are nowadays taking place. For example, I would link back to the example that Jan presented. So these are also examples where we try to kind of leverage upon a variety of elements into integrating the consumer choices, even though that are not visible directly from the study or from the learnings, but they all have been taken into account when designing the intervention. I think there are a variety of interventions that are nowadays taking place. I don't have an example that comes to my mind immediately, but basically it's about like places or like insights or thinking that we need to take into account when the intervention design takes place, and even though these are not super visible during the implementation part.
Jan, would you like to come in on that at all? Or if not, I have another question for you. No? Okay, so the question for you is, two things. Could you talk about the coronavirus and the influence on behaviour change that you witness? And did they have any impact? Did it have any impact on what you were looking at under the VALUMICS study? And then you mentioned about legislative support to create a level playing field. Could you just say a bit more about what you would want to see as an industry actor from policy to help you to do the kind of things that you've been doing and make sure others do too?
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, the first weeks, of course, during coronavirus, everything was turned upside down more or less when it comes to behavior changes. So nothing could be predicted, and it was very on short notice, every change. But I think this was not the blueprint, and it very shortly after I would say 2 or 3 months, it turned out that things are going quite regular again when it comes to food retail chains. We didn't even have to handle so many stock out of stock situations like in any other in other sectors. So this was quite good actually. But what really had an influence, where we were already working on regarding choice editing, was the whole issue of packaging. Actually, packaging is high on the agenda of almost every retailer, I would say, in Europe. Reducing packaging material, selling more loose fruits and vegetables, for example, or other products. And there was a certain correlation, negative correlation between this topic of selling loose products and hygienic aspects, which went with the corona crisis actually. So we definitely had in summer last year, and yeah, even in autumn, the free to take fruits and vegetables, they went down, and the people bought more packaged food stuff. So this was definitely a change. I hope this will come back to a normal niveau, because it's a big issue, and we have to go this way. We have to reduce. We have to pack less stuff in our stores. So this is a must-have actually. But also when it comes to choice expansion, we witnessed in Austria, and also see it with my German colleagues, the topic of regional production became even more important. I mean, it's an important topic within the last 10 years, I would say, in Middle Europe, but the people even more wanted to know where the product is coming from, short supply ways, short transportation, and things like this. So this became even more important, and also connected with more sustainable production, organic production. And this was kind of a good surprise, a positive surprise as a CSR manager, because I thought now everything is about pricing, but that's not the case. Of course, the people, and we will see how the crisis will go on in the future. The people will have to spend their money wisely, and they probably have to choose a little bit more priceless things. But I think this was surprising that the people still want to have high quality regarding sustainability. So this was one learning actually.
Thank you. And just very briefly on the legislative support, because I think we're at time.
Yeah.
So.
Now the level playing field was, as I mentioned before, was very important in cases where the consumer doesn't have the choice or doesn't know it, or where there is less transparency, put it this way. So the beginning question you asked already in this meeting in the morning, I think for me transparency is a key issue to all these kind of topics, because only if the people, the consumer, know about it, they can choose. I think we have to supply from good products to not so good products, but the people have to know the consequences, and the key issue is transparency, and there the level playing field plays a big role, I think, in the future.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting, everyone.
We already have the first presentation on screen by Elise Hooper from IDRI. Welcome, Elise, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So In the last steps of the VALUMICS project, one of the central objectives and central pieces of work that we carried out was to identify and characterize transition pathways and policy conditions to support the viable transformation of European food value chains. So in my presentation, I will focus on the work that we carried out specifically for the wheat and dairy value chains, while my colleague Nina will later develop on and present on the salmon aquaculture sector. So just to provide a bit of context first on why we considered it important and central to work on the characterization of food value chain transition pathways, there are at present a number of long-term biophysical scenarios that have been developed, which give us a clear picture of what the European food system should look like by 2050 in order to be sustainable. And these scenarios generally point out, especially the necessity of carrying out a protein transition that has less of a focus on animal protein in terms of production and consumption, and shifts more towards plant proteins in the future. However, the question that is often not addressed in the wider debate, as well as in these scenarios, is how to get there, how to get to 2050. And especially how food value chains can transition in order to meet those objectives. And so in our work, one of the main objectives that we had was to identify what types of transformations in food value chains would be necessary to, in the next 10 years, to reach the longer term objectives. So when I say reconfigurations, I mean changes both at the techno-economic level within food value chains, but also in the broader socio-political framework. And so because, oh, sorry about that. Because this question concerns supply chain actors directly, we decided to organize a collective dialogue on this issue. So the VALUMICS workshop series, as we called it, took place between November 2020 and January 2021 and gathered over 20 stakeholders from across the European food system. So this included policymakers, both from the European and local levels, business representatives, from across the food industry, so including retail, food manufacturers, industry representatives, etc. And last but not least, think tanks and research scientists were also part of this discussion. So the broad overarching objectives of the VALUMICS workshop series was to collectively identify and discuss the challenges at hand to viably transform European food value chains in Europe in the next 10 years. And so to do so, we organized a series of 6 different meetings, so 6 discussions, which focused on 3 broad topics. The first topic was, of course, to discuss what are the main obstacles that are currently preventing the deployment of a protein transition at the food value chain level. And so to address this question, we especially focused on 3 key food value chains that are especially central to the protein transition. The first one being, as I said, dairy, the second one being wheat, and then finally the plant protein sector. Then the second question that we collectively addressed was, what are the key levers that can be mobilized in order to address those obstacles, and what are the kinds of transition pathways that we can envision to put the European food system on the right track. And then finally, the third subtopic was, what are the kind of policy changes that are required to foster food value chain transformation? So based on the VALUMICS workshop series and the multi-stakeholder discussions that we had, we were able to distinguish and characterize 2 contrasting transition pathways of European food value chains. So the first transition pathway or scenario is a global market-led scenario, which focuses exclusively on tackling climate issues, but doing so in a way that does not broadly interrogate or disrupt the general market dynamics at play in terms of concentration and specialization at the farm level and in the food industry. The second scenario that follows a different trajectory is a local policy-led scenario. And this scenario sets broadly more ambitious and more comprehensive objectives in terms of tackling the issues at hand in the food system in a multi-dimensional way. So not only addressing climate issues, but also biodiversity and health considerations. And so this scenario envisions stronger shifts in the economic strategies of value chain operators. So for each of these scenarios, we try to characterize more in detail the kinds of strategies that food value chain actors would deploy. So at 3 different levels. The first level was at the level of consumption. So we characterized what sort of dietary practices would occur in 2030. Both in terms of what would be the general diet of consumers, but also what kinds of products they would consume in terms of whether it is more ultra processed or whole foods. Then the second level of characterization concerned what would be the shifts in the organization of production systems. And for this, we identified 3 different characteristics or parameters. The first being what would be the evolutions in the farm concentration. The second, what would be the evolutions in farm specialization, and finally, would there be an integration or a better reconnection between crop and livestock productions, which shapes the overall organization of agrarian systems. And then finally, we characterized more in detail what would happen in terms of evolutions in the food industry, looking at, for example, the size of industrial actors. So the points of developing these different transition pathways of European food value chains was to be able to assess what would be their socioeconomic impacts, and especially assess which scenario would allow for sustainable food value chains to emerge, but to do so in a way that would be economically and socially viable. And in order to conduct this assessment, we developed an innovative methodological framework that was based on 2 original models that were developed as part of this project. So the first model being focused on the wheat to bread supply chain, which is the agent-based model that Sean previously presented. And the second model being MOFOT, which focused more broadly on the French dairy sector, but also the French crop sector. So that includes cereals, oil seeds, and protein crops. And so broadly, these 2 models attempted to explore under what conditions the transition of the French dairy and wheat value chains may be both environmentally sustainable and socioeconomically viable. So the modeling exercise gave us the following results. We tried to analyze socioeconomic impacts in terms of 3 parameters, so farm employment, farm income, and agro-industry employment, because these are in general issues that are considered very important in the current policy debates. So in the global market-led scenario, we found that in general, the scenario would entail a 10% reduction in agricultural jobs compared to current trends. And this would especially be due to the continued concentration of farms and an increase in the capital intensity of production systems. In terms of farm income, we observed a risk of income loss for farmers in the absence of compensation because of higher capital intensity and therefore higher capital investments. And finally, in terms of industry jobs, we observed that there would be job losses in the agri-food sector, reaching 12% of current jobs. In comparison, in the local policy-led scenario, we estimated that agricultural employment could be maintained at a higher level, so 10% higher level compared to the business as usual scenario. And this despite a drop in volumes that would be entailed by trying to reach the objectives of protein transition. In terms of farm income, we estimated that this income could be maintained broadly, even without increasing the price of agricultural raw materials. And finally, that jobs in the agri-food industry would increase by 7%. So the conclusion of this assessment is that in effect, the local policy-led scenario makes credible the hypotheses of leading a just transition of European food value chains and of the European food system as a whole. However, our findings are that the economic viability of such a scenario depends on a number of conditions in terms of changes in the policy framework. And this was something that was strongly highlighted by the stakeholders in the VALUMICS workshop series. So we identified 3 broad policy shifts that were necessary in order to accompany the transition of European food value chains. The first is at the level of consumer demand. And some of my colleagues have already talked about this question, but the main point was that there was a need for more proactive demand-side policies to change consumer habits, because Europe has to date done very little to target consumers' eating habits. And when this is done more at the national level, in general, it is more soft policy interventions that are conducted, such as awareness raising campaigns or educational campaigns. So the farm to fork strategy recently highlighted the need to implement changes directly in the food environment of consumers, which has previously been discussed. Then there's the question of agricultural policy. So I'm not going to go into detail for that, but the main point is to say that the recent CAP negotiations have shown that there is still a significant remaining gap between the reform and its alignment with the objectives of the farm to fork, which call for stronger changes in agricultural policies. And then finally, the question of market rules was also central, was identified as a central point to accompany the transformation of food value chains. I know that Jan talked about the importance of leveling the playing field for retailers, but this is actually a question that is also international, because one of the main issues is that while the farm to fork strategy currently requires improvements in the environmental standards of EU production, in fact, imported products are currently not under the same obligation to comply with EU regulation on productions, and this causes significant distortion in competition. And so in this context, one of the main challenges that has been discussed in the policy debate has been about harmonizing production conditions with non-European producers, or at the very least, preventing the import of products which don't comply with EU production and environmental standards. So in this respect, one of the main proposals has been, for example, to introduce mirror clauses in bilateral trade agreements, which would make it mandatory for imported products to comply to EU environmental standards. Just to conclude, one of the things that was pointed out during the VALUMICS workshop series is that we can't really, and as the CAP reform has also shown, is that we can't really wait for policymakers to entirely drive the change. And what we observe is that there is currently a sort of issue of collective action where actors from the food system pass the buck to each other and designate one another as responsible for driving the change. So private businesses will point the finger at legislators, and legislators will point the finger at consumers, etc. So one of the main findings in terms of the observation of this dynamic is that in fact, this deadlock must be overcome, and this must be done by having each and every actor of the food system drive simultaneously the change in food value chains, both within and from outside of food value chains, in order to create cumulative effects in the same direction. So that's it on my end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I think we'd go straight to you, Nina, on your presentation.
So I hope you can see my slides and hear my voice.
Yes, perfect.
Great. Okay, so hello, my name is Nina, and I will be presenting research that we conducted with my colleagues on transition pathways for the salmon value chain. Moment, there we go. So these are the topics I'll be covering today. I will first sort of briefly tell you about the aim and motivation and the method we used, and then discuss our findings and analysis. And then I will end my presentation on pathways that we identified, and through our analysis and our findings, and the implications for more sustainable salmon aquaculture. So salmon aquaculture is an interesting case study because the industry is set to expand, both due to increased demand for salmon, but also because national and regional governments are planning for its expansion and its increase. There are, however, various challenges and issues to consider in this context. So with this study, we wanted to sort of explore the perspectives of the industry representatives, and see how they foresee the sort of sustainability challenges in the future, and how they foresee the industry tackling them, basically, and how they see the transition going forwards. So we conducted focus groups and interviews with industry representatives, mostly CEOs, both in Iceland and in Norway. And then we also had one interview with a policymaker at the EU level. So we then adapted our findings using the broader theory of sustainability transitions and integrated them with findings and insights from previous work within the VALUMICS project to do with governance aspects. So before I go on to our findings, I just want to briefly begin by discussing the current status of the industry, or what in more sort of theoretical terms we termed the theory terms the socio-technical regime, and how the governance structure has been shaped and continues to be shaped by globalization and various other macro trends. So what characterizes governance basically in the salmon aquaculture right now are horizontal collaborations and vertical integration, including relations through networks, third-party assessment, and certification schemes, as was mentioned earlier today. At the same time, though, there is also the traditional sort of state-led only model of governance, for example, through regulations, to do a lot with licensing and environmental impact assessments and so on. So this points to a sort of hybrid governance that is a mix of private and public forms of governance. And this, I will come to it later, why that's important. So political decisions also heavily influence salmon aquaculture by regulating the location of farm sites and their social impacts on communities. And there is a limited availability of new licenses in Norway, for example, which motivates Norwegian farms to expand their production in other countries, for example, Chile and the US and Canada and Iceland. So in order to ensure continued growth and supplies of salmon to markets. The most traditional and widely used production system is open net pens, which are usually situated close to the coast and the fjords. And the industry has been tackling various environmental challenges directly related to open net pens, escapes, disease, algal blooms, mortality issues in general. At the same time, though, there are also pressures at the institutional environment to address broader environmental issues and challenges, such as climate change. Through, for example, fuel efficiency measures, mitigation of emissions, waste reduction, and so on. So this is just the same image, a little bit simplified. Pressures come from the sort of wider international environment and developments at the macro level, or as it is referred theoretically, the socio-technical landscape. And these can range from market and trade developments to international agreements to pressures from civil society to address sustainability issues and global shocks like the current pandemic. And so all these are sort of part of the wider landscape that can affect the industry. But I will not dwell on these very much now because I'd like to talk more about niche innovations. So changes in the landscape, though they occur mostly at the macro level, can either create windows of opportunity for innovations, both technical and institutional. Theoretically, we'd call these niches, niche innovations, to break through or otherwise create pressures for change and thus influence dominant regimes. We can also think of dominant regimes as just business as usual. So limitations in terms of access to new areas, coupled with sort of incentives to innovate, have also encouraged innovation in diverse production methods. We identified various niches, which you can see here at the bottom, and carried out an exploratory assessment of their ability to tackle sustainability challenges by looking to the academic literature, which I'd like to turn to next. Okay, so here's our assessment. It's not exhaustive, but it does give a good overview of both the challenges and the ways the niches identified in our study may or may not address them. So the colors signify a positive effect in green, a negative effect in red, and no effect or not enough information for us to really assess in yellow. Now, niche innovations either have a competitive or a symbiotic relationship with the regime, depending on their capacity to replace or enhance it. So if we consider, for example, larger smolts, these enhance the current regime, open net pens, by maintaining the smolts for longer periods of time in land-based closed facilities, and thus addressing some of the sustainability issues related to open net pens. Land-based farming and RAS operations, which are entirely land-based, have the capacity to, are often supported by policy and incentives actually at the moment. And although they have the capacity to replace these open net pens and traditional farming systems, but that potential is uncertain and mostly has to do with economic viability. But either way, land-based aquaculture farming would solve some issues, but not address all sustainability issues, such as sustainable feed provision and carbon emissions. So the analysis of sustainability contributions of these niche innovations basically shows that no single niche can address all the sustainability challenges in the chain, and especially not the more major issues such as feed and emissions. In addition, our governance analysis also shows that regime actors have power to resist change, and that the hybrid governance structure in the chain affords them the flexibility to implement various incremental improvements. So these sort of symbiotic niches I've been talking about. Therefore, a complete regime shift seems unlikely, at least for the next decades or so. Rather, a continuation of the current dominant regime and the gradual shift towards more diversity in production methods and products seems more likely. The results of the sustainability contribution analysis also reflect the focus on local environmental challenges rather than global sustainability challenges, such as the carbon footprint of the extended value chain. So to find a path towards more sustainability in the farm value chain, a broader food system perspective is needed by all relevant actors, really. And this includes not just industry, but also policymakers and NGOs. So it's important because the role of fish in general needs to be included in food policy, and especially in relation to the protein transition, that is to say, the aim of sustainably reducing animal proteins without compromising health-related objectives. So I hope I didn't talk too fast. Thank you for your attention. So this was just a short summary of findings and analysis from a scientific article that is currently under review. When the article is published, it will be on our website, but you can also follow us on our social media platforms or contact us directly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nina. Mario Obert from IDRI. If you could share your presentation.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. So thanks, Sigurdur. Thanks to colleagues for the presentations. So I'm going to talk about the key issues we had to face with respect to data and the limitation that we encountered to carry out the research we wanted to. So I'm speaking here from mainly the perspective of the modeling work done at IDRI, but there are many cross-cutting issues with what has been presented by colleagues from IAMO and Lucas as well. So really similar issues. In terms of the content, I will briefly introduce the question, then come back to the conceptual approach that was developed in work package 8 in particular. So in terms of foresight, to identify the options for a just transition of EU food value chains. And then going to more details, analyzing the needs in terms of data. And I will focus on the processing industry where we have the biggest gaps, I would say, and I will conclude. So by way of introduction, just repeating what has already been said by Liz, but we have a clear direction of travel that from scientific perspective, from IPCC, that says basically that our food system generates 30% of anthropogenic emission. We have clear also insight from the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services telling us that the food system is the biggest driver of biodiversity loss, both within and outside agro-ecosystems. We have nutrition challenges that are clearly identified by WHO, and those clear elements have been translated into strategies, be it the farm to fork strategy or at national level. We have French, for example, the national low carbon strategy. Yet we have a gap between those strategies and concrete regulations, concrete policies that would implement the content of the strategies. And one of the key issues behind that is that we have a lot of policy and political questions arising from the general direction of travel that is outlined from, I would say, a biophysical point of view, in terms of the livelihood, in terms of the cost of food, as has been mentioned in the chat as well, and in terms of the jobs that are provided by the agri-food industry and the risk of losing those jobs in a context where the agri-food industry is the first manufacturing industry across the European Union. And yet, so what is feared from the part of policymakers and a lot of actors is that if we go in the direction outlined by science, we run the risk of increasing the cost of food, of destroying jobs, of reducing farmers' incomes. And this is fueled by the limitations of existing modeling tools, be it the general equilibrium model used by the USDA in its last report last year, saying that if the farm to fork will be implemented as it would have tremendous impacts on food security, the cost of food, and the competitiveness of the European Union. And we also had, with a lot of caution in the way it was explained by the GSE report published during the summer, that relies on a bit different model, but which is still a partial equilibrium model, which basically says that you can have benefits from an environmental point of view, but reduction in production and potential side effects from an economic point of view. And all that in a context where those models might not well represent what needs to be represented, in the sense that they do not hold fully together the biophysical and the socioeconomic dimension of food system transition. So what is needed is a conceptual approach that enables us to better take into consideration both dimensions, so people and planet, if I put it very bluntly, and then to think about what could be a just transition of food value chains. And here comes the question of data in a minute. So how to hold together biophysical and socioeconomic dynamics, and why to do so. And first, maybe what do we call a just transition? Basically, the capacity of the transition to a green economy, in our case, a green economy of the food system, to sustain decent jobs and livelihood to all. And the thing is that, as I said, we have biophysical models that are really robust in saying what needs to be done to keep the food system within planetary boundary, but that are totally unable to consider the socioeconomic issues that are associated to that in terms of jobs, in terms of incomes, in terms of cost of food, which are basically the three main questions. And we have the sort of supply-demand equilibrium models that I mentioned just earlier, be it Capri, Magnets, GTAP, or those models that are usually used to assess the effects of a change in the policy framework, that are very good at doing that, but well less good at apprehending the effect of structural transformations of food systems from a biophysical point of view. So, and yet, of course, we know that by 2030 and by 2050, if we want to keep the food system within planetary boundaries, all farms, processing industries, and consumer behaviors will have or will structurally change, and we need to account for those. So we need to couple dynamics, biophysical dynamics, socioeconomic dynamics, and link the functioning of food chains to the sort of impacts we want to apprehend. And a way to do that, at least a way that has been explored in the framework of VALUMICS, is a model which is basically a supply model and not a supply-demand equilibrium model, whereby we start with the physical conditions or the physical questions, and where we try to understand upon which conditions transformations of food chain dynamics, including import and export, can be both coherent with the biophysical dimensions we outlined and generate virtuous impacts on incomes, employment, jobs, and the cost of food. And upon which conditions, of course, we are talking about policy conditions. So that's the sort of model we've been working with. And how it works, it's really simple. The idea is that it couples biophysical and socioeconomic dimensions by looking at the labor intensity and at the total labor force employed in the system as the product of the labor intensity of the production and an indicator of the production, here expressed in tons or liters of milk, if you take the example of milk. And of course, with the question of labor, total labor force, comes the question of income, which is not in the scope of my presentation, but the idea is to be able to characterize the evolution of production costs based on the changes in the production systems and identify the conditions of viability on prices and subsidies. This is not part of the presentation, but it's, again, there is a matter of data here. So if we look at agriculture, at the agricultural side, what we've done is to identify farming systems now and how they can evolve by 2030. The question is how many workers can be employed in such a system as the sum of all farming system types per the labor intensity of each farming systems. And we did the same for the food industry. What is key here is to understand is that we were able to characterize each type of farming systems and to characterize the labor intensity of each farming system and to characterize the production cost of each farming system, because we were able to rely on FADN data that precisely gives disaggregated data at the level of farms. When it came to the food industry, we wanted to do the same and say, okay, what's the key strategy of each food processing company in terms of market orientation or type of products sold, etc. But the thing is that the only data we had were either aggregated data at the level of the product, so Prodcom data, or aggregated data at the level of a subsector by code NAS, or we had disaggregated data using Amadeus, but I will come to that in a minute. Those data were not exactly fitted to what we wanted to do. So we had to work at a very aggregated level and to be able to characterize, okay, given the production, given the total volumes that are like produced in a given physical scenario, how are those volumes allocated into different types of factories, if I put it very simply, between butter, if you take the example of milk, between butter, cheese, milk, yogurt, etc. And we can have a breakdown per product category and per, hopefully, unit size. So which types of factories is processing which types of product. And then we had to make assumption regarding how those different volumes are used, either in terms of consumption here or in terms of exploitation, and how much is imported, of course. Again, here, if you want to apprehend the impact on jobs of such a transformation, the only thing we were able to do is to calculate the total labor by 2030 as the sum of the labor intensity of each sector, so butter, cheese, milk, and yogurt, per the volume processed per each categories. But we were not able to go into the details and say, okay, if the cheese is processed under that form, like a very specialty cheese like this and that, or a very commodified cheese, it makes a difference in terms of the labor intensity of the production. So what types of data needs or what types of challenges do we have to face in that context? The data we have at the moment, as I said, at the farm level, we have FADN data. So we can reconstruct the labor intensity of the production per type of farm, per strategy of farmers, and we have the capital intensity as well. But at the processing level, the data available do not account for the physical volumes passing through the different types of industries. So we have very aggregated data. And when we have disaggregated data at the level of the company, we don't know how much that company process in terms of volume. So we cannot hold together, as I said, the physical dimension of a scenario with the economic dimension of a scenario. And that's where we have a big issue in terms of reconciling volumes and values or socioeconomic dimensions and biophysical dimensions. The other limitations we had to face is the fact that complete data is often available only in an aggregated form at the national level, as I said earlier. And we don't have data regarding how much a given factory process under the form of very commodified production or under the form of differentiated, linked to the territory or linked to the characteristics of the production, of the actual production. And when we had data available for specific firms using Amadeus data, or in our case in France, Orbis, which is the French declination of Amadeus, it is often very incomplete, very few data, for example, on production costs, and big firms are overrepresented in the sample. And just to give you some data here, you can see that basically you have mainly firms over 5,000 persons that are represented in the sample, while in reality they represent a very small part of the sample. We had another problem when data are available for specific firms using Orbis. It is provided at the legal entity scale, which means that we don't have information regarding business strategies at the company scale when firms are holding that hold or that own several companies, and there are many that are under that form. If you take the example of Danone is a huge holding, and Danone has many brands, and each brand has many factories. And what is needed if you really want to apprehend the transformation of the system is to have information at each scale. And using Amadeus, you only have information regarding Danone at a very aggregated level. And it is very useless if you want to characterize the transformation of the production system and of the factories, etc. So we cannot analyze specific production processes happening on facility scale or the processing scale, etc. In particular, in terms of labor intensity, capital intensity, etc. So again, not possible in that context to link biophysical fluxes with socioeconomic questions, at least in a more disaggregated way than what we were able to do. Last but not least, we have a lot of firms operating in multiple sectors that are accounted only once for one sector, while we know that they are processing raw material coming from very diverse sectors. And again, if you want to connect socioeconomic and physical questions, you have to face a big challenge. So in terms of conclusion, and I was probably a bit too fast, the key aspects we need to better understand in a just transition perspective, what is needed is to better understand the relationship between volumes and value creation at all levels. Because what is ultimately at stake when we look at the EU food system is the question of gradually reducing potentially, for example, animal protein or at least some animal protein production, while keeping as much as possible the value which is generated in the system. And to do that, to characterize the relationship between volumes processed and value creation, we have to be able to capture the heterogeneity of the processing industry. So which means to be able to characterize or to build a typology of firms that is based on size and type of production. And this is at the moment not really possible. And we have this big issue regarding the relationships between scales, processing units, companies, or firms. I don't repeat that. And we also have one last big point, which was faced by our colleague at IMO, which is that the sort of data we have for trade are data regarding trade between countries, while we know that what is really needed is the level of trade between companies rather than between countries. And this is the sort of data that is very difficult to collect. So that's the sort of complex issues we had to deal with. I should say that even for when it's mandatory for companies to register their data publicly, it is often not done. So I think it was important to remind that as well. Thank you very much, and sorry for having been a bit long.
Okay, thank you very much, Marie. I think we need to move straight to David Powell.
Right, thank you. So this work is, this presentation is based on work conducted during the project. As Adelma mentioned right at the outset, we started this 52 months ago. And one of the first areas we covered was work we did looking at policies and governance impacting on food value chains from the European Union. So I'm going to take us back to that and then take us forward to what this might tell us about the current political agenda which the European Union is pursuing, particularly the farm to fork strategy. So I will talk briefly about what I mean by policies and governance, these concepts, and then just move on to some of the work we did on the policy and governance impacts at the start of the project in the early part. And in terms of food value chains, we were really looking at three areas of policy that we thought were of paramount importance. First was around fairer trading practices to try and achieve these. Secondly was around food integrity, the safety and authenticity. And thirdly, sustainability, which included resilience to some extent. But what we were particularly interested here was the food value chain dimension of sustainability, and that was the extent to which we can see collaborations along food value chains and how they're being promoted and impacted by policies and softer forms of governance. I'm then going to move on to another body of work we did, which has been mentioned in a couple of presentations already, and some of the more specific findings in this have been outlined on governance of European food value chains. And from both those studies, we did do some work with stakeholders. I'm just going to throw out what some of their recommendations or the things they thought were important were. And finally, I'll relate these findings to the current farm to fork strategy to give some messages to how that might be implemented, because there is obviously a large leap between strategy and actual implementation of policies on the ground. As I mentioned here, this initial work started in 2017 to 18. And during that period, we've had the Unfair Trading Practices Directive, the Green New Deal, Farm to Fork strategy. So the early work actually was from really analysing work in the last commission and previous commissions. So in the final part of this, I'll try and update that a bit more. I just want to say also that although I'm presenting this The work done from the University of Hertfordshire was carried out largely by a group of research fellows who were engaged on the project. I just want to mention them. So that was Rosalind Sharp, Calliope Milona, Jennifer Gresham, who worked on the governance, and more recently had support from Kelly Parsons, who's helping us today as a coordinator and collecting the questions and answers. Also, this work involved a substantial amount of research done by other partners beyond Hertfordshire. And indeed, most of the people presenting today contributed to the voluminous reports, which I'll mention at the end, which this very brief presentation is based on. So I want to thank all my colleagues on that. And I will lead you to where you can find these more detailed studies at the end. So in terms of policies and governance, the way we characterize this was to start with what are the policy competences which give the legal authority or broader strategic policies which are set out. And then under these broader strategic policies, you have more specific legislation which comes in, regulation directives and agreements, but also there's a whole range of other instruments which the European Union and the Commission utilize. And these are what we might collectively call soft law. These are the modes of governance as opposed to direct governing, which regulation tends to infer. And here this Commission seeks to influence policy beyond direct regulation through voluntary agreements with key stakeholders, pilot activities to steer stakeholders in the policy area to change their actions. Hopefully this arises through shared learning and based upon evidence and good practice generated. And this can often be right across the European Union member states. So we really see that at the European-wide level. But then, of course, we have multi-level governance. The actions are carried out through national level laws, some of which may not be European Union policy as such, but are initiatives taken at the national level. And indeed, that was the case in many aspects regarding fair trading practices in the food supply chain, which were initiated prior to the Unfair Trading Practices Directive. There may be state-led governance actions, of course, where soft law again is used at the national level and also at the regional and local levels. And there were some good examples, particularly from Northern Italy in the studies of regional local initiatives. So these governance modes incorporate stakeholders from the private sectors, business industry, professions, NGOs, and civil society organizations as well. Then on food value chain governance, what we find as our guiding, what was a sort of outcome of this and a real key element around the dynamics of food value chains were the asymmetries of power and information between actors in food value chain relationships, for example, between buyers and sellers. As a result, we get unequal distribution of value of the final product to the different actors along the food value chain. And as a result, in this piece of work, which was separate to the initial one, we investigated the governance of food value chains for societal, political and policy contexts and interventions, the relationships between the actors and businesses along the value chains, and tried to identify the policy and governance dynamics, which is an iterative process of negotiation and compromise, entailing power relationships between actors and across governments and public agencies, but also involving private sector and civil society. And some of that was captured very nicely in Nina's diagrammatic representation of the aquaculture value chain. Particularly, we identified and drilled down on themes of fairness and transparency when looking at the governance of each food value chain. The ones we looked at have been mentioned before. The list is on the first column here: dairy cow to liquid milk, crossing France, Britain and Germany, all individual studies done by different partners in the project. Beef to cattle, Britain and Germany, farmed salmon from Norway, wheat into bread in France, and processed tomatoes in Northern Italy. The factors we looked at included value chain, structure and production, processing, industry structure and concentration or diversity, contractual arrangements, price negotiations, how those are carried out, trade and consumption patterns, different EU and state-led, so national level regulatory interventions which occurred in each of the specific value chains, and governance initiatives arising from corporate and societal actors as well. For example, voluntary initiatives taken by industry by the dairy industry, etc. We did, as I say, have a couple of parts of the research where we interviewed or surveyed food value chain stakeholders. And in the case of the initial work on policy and governance impacting in the three areas that we identified: fairness, food integrity, and sustainability collaboration, areas where in the survey we got findings which suggested that the majority or the larger number of stakeholders wanted policy to go further. In fairness, it was about nationally setting minimum wage levels, so very much about the social sustainability, and special laws to protect seasonal or other precarious food chain workers. So the labour area was an area where it was seen where policy developments weren't sufficient currently. This is going back, as I say, to around early 2018. Food integrity was about addressing the main food fraud was the main concern. Safety, authenticity, safety was broadly seen to be effective, but in terms of authenticity, it was food fraud was the real concern. On sustainability collaboration, EU competition policy was seen to give barriers to further progression, and this is around the issues of collusion and being anti-competitive. There's strong support also for hard and soft approaches to collaboration, that is, having regulations coupled with voluntary agreements, such as codes of conduct, but certainly going beyond just corporate social responsibility, although we know that a lot has been achieved in that area. Most agreed that actors were not taking sufficient action to ensure environmental performance in their chains, and there's also still at that stage uncertainty over the adequacy of methodologies to measure environmental impacts. In particular, the retailers we surveyed were unconvinced about how adequate the current methodologies were. In terms of stakeholders, when we looked at the governance of food value chains, which was the following year of the project, we did, I think there were about 50 interviews carried out across the various, in total across the various value chains. And these are some generic things which came out of that. Views and fairness tended to focus on price setting and the means by which pricing decisions were arrived at. That is, how standards were interpreted, and these may be things like the Eurogrid, which are European agreed standards, and therefore priced by the processors and or retailers, whoever the next important figure in the chain was. So the fairness was very much around price setting, pricing decisions, the volumes required, and the interpretation of standards. They rarely mention the generic contract criteria, which are found in the Unfair Trading Practices Directive. So in a sense, you might say that that's been addressed. What this clearly showed, however, was that there was subjectivity at the forefront in the views of stakeholders over issues such as price negotiations. And this has to be considered when assessing fairness in value chains. There is it's about perception as well as hard evidence in that sense, I think, or put it another way, the perception is an important part of the evidence. There are clearly differences according to the particular sector. So there's quite a difference in the dynamics in the dairy milk chain from wheat to bread. And as a result, there's a growing awareness, I think now, that policy interventions, as well as being generic, need to be focused on the needs of a particular sector, be it the dairy sector, the processed tomato sector, or the salmon sector, etc., or aquaculture sector, if you like. So finally, some farm to fork strategy. On the farm to fork strategy, some messages arising from our research. Well, as I say, a lot of this earlier research was undertaken before the farm to fork strategy was released and while it was being formulated. So it is quite refreshing and rewarding to see that a lot of the concerns raised in our early work as being gaps are being addressed by the farm to fork strategy. And indeed, that brief cartoon that you may have seen at the very beginning was in relationship to our findings on this. So one example is the strategy wants to ensure that the key principles enshrined in the pillar of social is respected, especially when it comes to precarious, seasonal, undeclared workers. And that was one of the things we identified. But I think the means will be very important, because we found there are already a wide range of existing soft law initiatives, but often they have national derogations in them at EU level. And more recently, proposed amendments to the Common Agricultural Policy to make subsidies conditional upon farmers upholding working and employment standards have proved to be controversial with the farming stakeholders. So, as I say, there's going to be quite a leap between the strategy's intentions and the implementation on the ground. On food integrity, food fraud is identified, and ways of trying to improve that across the European market are identified in the farm to fork strategy. However, one of the things we did find in a couple of member states, at least, and I suspect this is going to be increasingly true as budgets are strained post-COVID, is that we'll need adequate investment and budgets for national enforcement authorities from member states, as well as careful monitoring from the Commission in order for the interrogation and monitoring of food fraud to be successful. And finally, on sustainability collaboration, again, clarification of the competition rules in ways that can promote and support the Green New Deal have been identified as part of the strategy, and DG Competition has made a call for evidence and views on this. And one of the things that we identified was, and has been identified by stakeholders as well, for example, by our own food retail trade beak association in the UK, was there may be need for a public interest goal to be incorporated into competition policy that goes beyond the health of the consumer in terms of prices and fairness, that we need to think more generally about the public interest as well as the consumer interest. The farm to fork strategy also proposes sustainable labeling framework, covering a whole range of what we would see as sustainability aspects, and a code of conduct for responsible business and marketing practice, accompanied by a monitoring framework. All of this, of course, requires coordinated and transparent measurement and monitoring. And that probably isn't in place at the moment, and it's something which a lot of people are researching and advocating, including industry as well as academics. The work done by Nick Holden and the other colleagues that was presented here is an example of that. But what we don't see at the moment is this turning into specific policies on the pricing of food and drink products. For true transparency, we're going to have our food and drink products to reflect the costing of the negative externalities. Okay, so that's just some of the, and very briefly presented and summarized and selected features from a lot of work that was undertaken during the project, particularly during the early and mid sections of the project, some of it now updated. It's not a comprehensive review of the farm to fork strategy, but it does provide some of the insights that our research has found and ways hopefully that can inform the Commission and other policymakers moving forward. We have got research briefs which look at that more thoroughly. My contact details are here. These are the places where the two major deliverables upon which these summaries were based. The first one is the one looking at the impact of various policy and government dynamics on those three areas. That's over 300 pages. The last, likewise, a governance one, which has a variety chapters and a summary chapter involving a wide range of our partners in the project. There's 237 pages, so it's a substantial piece of work and well worth looking at if you want a more detailed examination. But for those who don't, there are project briefs available which summarize both of those work package deliverables, and they're available also on the VALUMICS website. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. And we move directly to the perspective from policymakers and stakeholders. And to address these, we have two speakers, Natalia Bresicina from DG Agri and Fabrice de Klerk from the EAT Foundation, Science Director. So I will move now to you, Natalie, if you could share your screen and present.
Yes, thank you very much. So now good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me to the event to give the presentation about the EU policy and RNI perspectives for sustainable food systems. And so to start, as you know, that the European Commission has put forward a very ambitious agenda regarding sustainability with the European Green Deal communication that was published in December 2019. And the Farm to Fork strategy was actually and is one of the key elements, key policy initiative within the European Green Deal. Why is there actually a Farm to Fork strategy? Because we are facing grand challenges, sustainability challenges across the whole food system in all three dimensions, the social, environmental, and economic. And the Farm to Fork strategy actually addresses comprehensively the challenges of sustainable food system by recognizing also the interlinkages between the healthy people, healthy planet, and also the healthy societies. And the strategy is also essential to the Commission agenda to achieve the UN SDGs. And it should be stressed also that the Farm to Fork strategy is kind of the beginning of a long process with really ample room for discussions, exchange, consultations with the Council, with the European Parliament, with stakeholders, and with researchers. And I think your project is one of the key projects that actually, with all the results that we have heard today, would help further develop the different initiatives within the Farm to Fork strategy. So the Farm to Fork strategy has 4 overall goals: to reduce the environmental and climate footprint of the food system, lead a global transition towards a competitive sustainability from farm to fork, tap into also new opportunities, and create a robust and resilient food system. The Farm to Fork strategy also has several quantitative targets that have been set in this strategy, but also in biodiversity strategy. And in the Farm to Fork strategy, it is mainly the reduction of by 50% of the overall use and risk of chemical pesticides, achieve also to at least 25% of the EU agricultural land under organic farming, reduce the sales of antimicrobials by 50% for farmed animals and in aquaculture, and reduce the losses by at least 50% of nutrients, while ensuring that there is no deterioration in soil fertility. This will also reduce the use of fertilizers by at least 20%. And it should be noted that these targets are not legally binding, but this will play a role when evaluating EU policies and their implementation, for example, the Sustainable Use Directive for pesticides. And it also has to be stressed that in addition to these quantitative targets, there are many other objectives in the Farm to Fork strategy for which no quantitative targets have been set, but yet they are very important. And these include, for example, promotion of healthy and sustainable food consumption, the improvement of animal welfare, or promotion of sustainable packaging solutions. So the big question actually is how to reach the goals and set also and these concrete targets and objectives of the Farm to Fork strategy. It is clear that we need, of course, policies at all governance level and regulatory and non-regulatory, including legislation, regulation, financial investments, education, procurement, voluntary commitments, but also, of course, research and innovation. And in addition to the policies, we of course need also all actors to be on board, because there are many goals, many actors in the food system, and also many ideas. So there is no easy way, no one silver bullet to make actually the sustainable food system happen. So these actors that have to be involved, they should be those that are actually working in the food chain, such as farmers, fishers, aquaculture producers, food companies, retail sectors and restaurants, but also other players such as finance, advisory services and research. And finally, people, both in their role as citizens, but also in the role as consumers, have a very important role and voice in determining the future of our food systems. So the strategy does not only set targets and objectives, it also outlines concrete actions, and it also provides tools. And the actions actually span from farm to fork, so from ensuring sustainable food production through stimulating sustainable food processing, wholesale, retail, hospitality, and food services and practices, to consumption, but also actions related to reducing food losses and waste and combating food fraud along the whole food supply chain. And let me give you a brief overview of what I think the most important concrete actions which are included in the farm to fork strategy and which are of key importance for the VALUMICS project. So in other words, these actions for which the results, and I here have posted several, of course, several reports and briefs, that it's not an exhaustive list, I would say, but I think that these results will be important source of evidence-based knowledge for the actions that I will outline in this presentation. To start with, there are two important overarching actions. So the first one is actually the creation of a legislative framework for sustainable food system. And this framework will contribute to gradually rise the sustainability standards. It also set out a general principle. It will also set out general principles and requirements on the sustainability of food system. It will be also a basis to ensure policy coherence at the EU and the national level and mainstream sustainability in food-related policies. And this legislative framework is planned to be put forward by 2023. The second action is the development of the contingency plan for ensuring food supply and security in times of crisis. And the need for such a plan was actually underlined by the COVID-19 pandemic. And building on the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic and, of course, other events, the Commission plans to develop a set of procedures to be followed in times of crisis. This includes also establishing an EU crisis response mechanism to effectively prepare and respond to critical events that could threaten the European food security. Another set of actions specifically aims at the sustainable food production. And here, I think that the most important for the VALUMICS project are these actions that are looking at the fairness and the position of farmers in the food chain. And here I would like to outline two of them, that legislative initiatives to enhance cooperation of primary producers to support their position in the food chain, and non-legislative initiative to improve actually transparency in the food chain. And then the second is the clarification of the scope of competition rules in treaties with regard to sustainability in collective actions. And of course, in the common agriculture policy, there is also the objective of rebalancing the power in the food chain, and the farmers actually will be supported in different ways, like through advisory services, knowledge transfer, sharing of practices through so-called EIP agri-operational groups, also to help farmers to enter into the quality schemes, facilitate the cooperation, and other means, of course. The EU Code of Conduct on Responsible Food Business and Marketing Practices is one of the first deliverables of the Farm to Fork strategy, and is also an integral part of its action plan. It sets out the actions that the actors between the farm and the fork, such as food processors, food service operators, and retailers, can voluntarily commit to undertake to actually tangibly improve and communicate their sustainability performance. And the Code of Conduct contains a set of 7 aspirational objectives as voluntary commitments for actions, together with a monitoring and evaluation framework to measure the progress. And this action can be directly relevant and implementable within the operations of the actors, or may encourage collaboration within industry, peers, and other food system stakeholders to make actually similar changes. And actually this Code of Conduct has been signed by 65 companies and associations. Of course, there are also actions to promote shift towards a healthy and sustainable diets. And I think that the big chunk of work of VALUMICS results related to consumer behavior and consumer choice are extremely valuable for these actions. And here, I mean, in particular, the proposal for a harmonized mandatory front of pack nutrition labeling to enable consumers to make healthy and conscious food choices, and determine the best modalities for setting also minimum mandatory criteria for food procurement to promote healthy and sustainable diets, including also organic products in schools and public institutions, and the proposal for food labeling framework to empower consumers to make sustainable food choices. And last but not least, we are now at the final conference of a research and innovation project. And of course, as policy officer responsible for research and innovation, I would like to highlight the key role that research and innovation will play as enabler for the transition to sustainable food system from farm to fork. And VALUMICS is actually at the final stage, but we have already ongoing 3 other innovation actions this time that build on the VALUMICS achievements. And these are the 3 projects, the Fair Chain, the Plutos, and Cold Fresh, that were funded under the innovation actions, innovative agri-food value chains, boosting sustainability-oriented competitiveness. And of course, more of these projects are also somehow bundled together in the agri-research fact sheet on sustainable, circular, and innovative food and non-food value chains. And looking into, let's say, the current and the future state, in June we have launched the first Horizon Europe work program for the years 2021 and 2022, with plenty of great opportunities to further provide knowledge that will improve our understanding of sustainable food systems. And in particular, I would like to draw your attention to 3 topics that are included in the work program of Class 6. The topic on uncovering the lock-ins and levers to encourage farmers to move to and stay in sustainable, climate neutral, and biodiversity friendly farming systems, from experiments to systemic mechanism. Here we foresee 4 million euro per project, and in total it's 12 million euro. So we hope to select very good 3 proposals for this topic. Then another one, it's actually there was some discussion on this issue. Another topic is towards an EU approach to assess and internalize positive and negative externalities of food for incentivizing sustainable choices. And here and the foreseen budget is at 8 million euro. And final is we would like to develop an EU advisory network on the consumer producer chains. And here we propose 4 million euro per project, and total budget is 8 million. So we expect to select 2 projects. And of course, these are these 3 topics that I wanted to draw your attention to, but there are 180 other research innovation actions, coordination and support actions in the Cluster 6 work program. They are available online, so I invite you to check this out. And of course, to remind you that the deadline for application for the topics of 2021 is 6th of October, and the planned opening date for the topics for 2022 is 28th of October. And we had info days on 7 and 8 of July, and the recordings of the info days for the topics for 2021 are available on this website that I'm presenting here below. So I invite you to have a look at the recordings. We are presenting the topics and answering all kinds of questions from the audience. And we are also planning next Cluster 6 info days for the topics that are for the year 2022 on the 25th and 26th of October. And I cordially invite you to attend the info days. And let me finish by congratulating very warmly the consortium for the achievements. Really great job. And once again, thank you very much. And yeah, good luck for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's was a good overview and good to know that we can continue to find opportunities to collaborate. Just to inform you, probably know that we tried to actually send in a proposal for Rural 6, but we're not selected at that time. So we'll just go back to the drawing board and compete again. So I think we are committed to continue working on this issue. So we have asked Fabrice de Klerk to come in and give us kind of a perspective from the Eat Lancet perspective in terms of how to transition the food system and what are the barriers and hurdles and how to really cross these. And I'm not sure if you have a presentation, Fabrice, but you can take the floor and I will close down my mic. So you take the floor. Thank you.
Great, thanks to all of you. I have no presentation. I was asked to reflect a bit on what we saw today, and I have been able to sit in to, I think, 90% of the presentations, and really do want to congratulate all of you for this tremendous work. In many ways, you know, what we did with the Lancet Commission was the easy part of the work. And the way that, you know, we describe our objectives there in the food system is this Oreo, right? You know, the 2 hard cookies with the soft, creamy filling. And I think, you know, the 2 main objectives we had with the Lancet Commission was to describe those 2 hard boundaries, you know, the biophysical determinants of what is a healthy diet and the biophysical determinants of what is a safe production space, what is within planetary boundary production space. Realizing that there's little that we can do as individuals or society to change those. These are inherent biological limits that we have to live within and respect. And that soft, creamy filling part, that's the malleable, the plastic decision piece, where we get to decide about how we bring society within those 2 boundaries. And that's the much harder question that I think your work really has made huge progress in helping us to understand the option space, but also the diversity of options that are available for bringing us within healthy and safe and equitable food systems. I also want to congratulate the EU representative. You know, we've just coming out to the UN Food Systems Summit, which will be in 2 days in New York, and we really have struggled, we think at EAT at least, to provoke member states in realizing that the absolute urgency of food systems contributing to climate, to health, to environment. And you know, the EU, I think, has set this bar quite high in terms of how far it wants to go, both in investing in the science to support that transition, but also setting clear signals that it's preparing to have much more integrative policies. With that, I think several of you flagged that what foods are produced, how they're produced, where they're produced are critical in achieving not just global climate goals, but also global health goals, global biodiversity goals. The biodiversity COP will be this fall in Kunming. And that what we need in order to do that, and Elise, you made reference to this, is that all actors need to move in the same direction. And this is really what we hope that the Eat Lancet guidelines did, was to set clear targets that would allow any actor anywhere in the food system to align themselves with these multiple objectives. Second, I think, is this transition in the Anthropocene, which I like to call the Anthropocene, this era where we realize that human activity, decisions that we make, decisions that you've all been modeling, have planetary scale impacts, that we've moved out of this era where we could ask ourselves food security or environmental security, because these were often local questions. These are now global questions. And I think we need to become much more accustomed to thinking about the ands, that food is no longer just about food security, nor do we have the luxury of asking ourselves whether it's food security or biodiversity, but really that we're now in this phase of food security and nutrition security and environmental security and climate security and livelihood security, as you've all indicated. And so in order to answer these and questions, in order to be able to answer how do we make use of the flexible part of our Oreo cookie, the kinds of tools that you've been developing, the kinds of questions that you've been asking really are going to be quite critical. I am pleased, looking at the UN Food Systems Summit, that if anything, what's come out of that is a recognition, looking across the 5 action tracks, that food systems have to provide healthy diets and address hunger. They have to talk about sustainable diets, addressing the environmental impact. They have to talk about nature positive production. How does agriculture transition from a source of environmental degradation to a source of environmental restoration? And I'm convinced that it can. How does it account for livelihoods, and how do we build in resilience? I think this is probably the biggest success of the UN Food Systems Summit, is to bring these together in the same place. What I think is missing, again, to Elise's point on all actors needing to move in the same direction, and I think the struggles that the EU is facing in terms of creating a space for the EU to contribute that frees itself from some competition, particularly other countries, is we need to be much better at bringing in these objectives into global policy. Food is not in the IPCC targets. It makes it very difficult for the EU then to articulate that all this work that it's doing on changing consumption production patterns is a part of its commitment to the Paris Climate Agreement. The CBD, the conventional biological diversity, is a little bit better, and I think is also recognized the same EU target about conservation of biodiversity in agriculture, but still there also we see that more could be done to better bring in food system solutions into that convention, and think about how this helps us to provide a greater alignment. One thing that I think is still quite missing, and David, your presentation touched on this a bit as well, is what are the metrics on just and fair? Minimum wages, yes. Protection for precarious workers, yes. But we think that there's still something missing here in terms of really being able to understand what does a fair employment or just employment in the food system means. And can we think about not just quantity of jobs, but quality of jobs that are created? And it has, I think, fairly deep impacts on society as well. Elise, you also mentioned we're no longer able to pass the buck, but unfortunately we're seeing in too many policy circles that that's exactly what's happening, or even among stakeholders who are aligned. This debate on red meat, I sometimes feel as those who are deeply challenged with addressing hunger and malnutrition are pitting themselves against those of us who are signaling deep concerns about overconsumption. We're on the same team here. We're after the same kind of targets, healthy diets for all people everywhere within environmental limits. So again, that alignment, I think, is a really critical function. I want to wrap up and leave time for a discussion, but just wanted to really congratulate you again and say the agent-based modeling work was fascinating. I really look forward to diving more deeply into this. It's a fundamental part of that decision-making space. I'd love to see how that work can think about maybe new products, right? A lot of your case studies were on foods that are already pretty well embedded in supply chains. I know the EU is quite interested in increasing legume production and consumption, both for its environmental value as well as for its health value. How would your models help us to understand how we scale up or bring those foods into markets with the dimensions that you've been flagging? To Natalia's point, more work on the levers, reducing some of the foods which we know we need to create more demand for, again, legumes. The modeling work that Elise did was fascinating on which stakeholder gets to, but which stakeholder seems to understand your challenge the most, Elise. Is it global? Is it the EU? Is it national? Or what about cities? We've been seeing heavy investments by cities. The Paris food strategy, I think, is a beautiful example of integrated food policy that's tackling climate, poverty, health, access, markets, employment in the peri-urban space, and now making very real investments, right? The Eau de Paris paying to help farmers transition to organic or regenerative because they recognize that it has a value in terms of improving water quality, and because Paris recognized it has a value in terms of shifting diets towards healthy and sustainable. I wonder again, which are the policies, what's the policy scale that's best adapted for the kinds of questions you've been working on? Nina, great work, and all of you on the salmon work. We just completed our blue food assessment and invite you to take a look at those results. Would agree with you that diversity in blue food production is a key element, but recalling one of the morning presentations that was flagging that diversity seemed to be one of the indicators that reduce productivity. So is productivity the right measure, or is distribution of productivity the right measure, or are there other measures which I think really indicate the value of how we produce the foods? I'll stop there because we're running out of time. But again, I really appreciate your work. We are embarking starting tomorrow on Eat Lancet 2.0. The tools you've been developing are going to be extremely helpful. And I do hope that we'll be able to engage with many of you in that project. But over to you.
Thanks, Fabrice. I think we should just move on. If all the panelists could join in a different view on screen, I'll make it a gallery and turn on your cameras. And I know, Kelly, there are not too many questions that have come in, but few. And then basically also make an offer of that the panelists can add the 2 bits of comments to the whole process of this conference. So keep it running. We have planned for about 15 minutes more until the end of the scheduled time. So we still have time. Kelly.
Thank you very much. So I have a couple of specific questions and then some broader questions, or we can go to comments as well, as Sigurdur said. So the first one is for Idri, on the modelling, the scenarios. Are there other scenarios that could have been considered, and how did you choose which ones to focus on?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the scenarios were developed in the project at the very beginning of the project, and the idea put forth by our colleague was to have sort of a very contrasted, I would say, political pathways to reach sustainability, or at least to reach a given target. Here it was. And so, but just to answer the question, what we did, which was not presented today by Elise, is that also that we sort of explored the sensibility of the results to alternative hypotheses. So beyond the 2 scenarios that Elise presented, the global market-led and the local civil society-led, we modeled also 2 other ones that are like going even beyond in terms of extremes. And so the idea is more to show the range of options and not to take those scenarios as how to say that. The idea of those scenarios is not to have something, a sort of plan or something to implement, but rather to explore the range of options that we have. And it shows that the range of options is quite open from something which is quite like carbon and market focused to something which is much more multidimensional, but which is really policy challenging.
Great, Thank you. So I've got a couple of questions, well, on salmon and on blue food more generally. So a question for Nina about why you only spoke to industry stakeholders, and then a question for Nina, Fabrice, and whoever else would like to come in on this potential for integrating fish into food policy that was mentioned. If you have any specific opportunities for that, or where you see the main gaps are.
Yeah, so maybe I'll start on the industry question. So we just talked to industry representatives mostly because for the one thing, we didn't really want to create a model or anything like that. We just wanted to explore their perspectives and see where powerful people are in this position and what they see the future like, and if they are aware of the challenges and how they see themselves actually reacting to those. The other, of course, issue was that we didn't really have enough time and resources to do a full stakeholder assessment. But what we did instead was we read policy documents to see what governments were thinking, and then we read newsletters and news articles on civil society opinions on the issue. So we tried to cover it more in that way. So I don't remember the second question.
Integrating fish into food policy, what are the opportunities? Where are the gaps where it's not being factored in? And where do you see the kind of quick wins on that in terms of where we could be including it? So
I don't know if I'm the best person to answer this, but from our perspective, it's basically just also academic. It's a lot of lack of research, which the Blue Food Assessment may help us with, because we kind of tend to say seafood and it's everywhere. Everything is included in that category, even if there are huge differences between different methods of production, different species, different areas, even where a fish is either produced like farmed or caught. But it's also a question of how do you integrate health and sustainability, and fish is a very nutritious food product.
Maybe I can chip in if I may briefly. It's actually also cultural heritage, and countries like Portugal, Spain, Iceland, Norway, we actually are sitting on the ocean, and we are used to consume a lot of fish. For other countries, it may be more opportunity to go to a restaurant to have a fancy meal. It depends. I guess the coastal France, Bretagne, people know a lot about fish, so there are cultural issues as well. And then the national policies, I've noted like the Finnish consumption policy on healthy diets, actually they include fish, but many other countries do not, because I don't know what the cause of that is. Maybe like in Germany, they just promote the CAP foods, the agricultural food. So it's also cultural for some reason, and how to make it different. We just need to work on the issue, and the most beneficial part of the blue food research is that the diet can be so much more healthier if it can be done in a sustainable manner. So I'm stopping here.
Yeah, that's what we found. So the Blue Food Assessment looked at, says it's 9 papers, but looked at health and environment, and on average, blue food environmental footprint is that of poultry often better, including shellfish production, which is zero feed, zero land, zero fresh water, and even habitat creating in some cases. So there's significant potential there, but as you flag, culture, right? Belgians are used to eating mussels, and maybe the Germans less so. The health piece similarly, right? Blue foods, fish and shellfish, including algae, are often nutrient positive, and so we're talking about a protein source that is nutrient dense, and that has extremely high nutritional value. In the Atlantic Commission, the recommendation was 0 to 700 grams per week of blue foods. We'll refine that in our next round, but there's 2,500 edible species with, for the most part, nutrient positive food. So bringing those onto the plate, making them a more regular part of diets, if we can produce them sustainably, it does seem to present a really interesting policy solution. When we're talking about mariculture, shared infrastructure with offshore wind, that is an option worth considering. So I think, how do we get industries to think about synergies and collaboration, or shared infrastructure is one opportunity, and then the behavior change is another one. In China, I remember being told that who are we to tell China what an aspirational diet is? They should be able to eat as much rummet meat as they like. And I thought, well, that is a bit ironic. If you go to California, the aspirational food is now a noodle bowl or sushi. So I think it's a very plastic and malleable part of it. And I think, how do we make healthy and sustainable and social forms of food aspirational are a really fascinating question.
Very interesting, thank you. Anybody else want to come in on that?
Yeah, I'd just say that, as Sigurdur pointed out, the fish, whether farmed or wild caught, is a classic example of where you need to integrate the health priorities with environmental sustainability, because there are definitely positives in the former, but we're aware that there are implications in the latter for either caught or farmed fish. So it's a classic example of how to integrate those two elements. That's before you start looking at the economic and social dimensions.
Thanks, David. So let's move on to the thorny question of how we get the true costs of food products implemented that incorporate their external costs, which a few people have mentioned. Natalia mentioned as part of the Horizon programme going forward. So who would like to jump in? Fabrice, on that, and just see, let's give some thought to that, and perhaps some VALUMICS panel members can talk about their insights based on their work.
Well, yeah, I'd love to hear from VALUMICS on this. So I mean, in my opinion, True Cost of Food has done a great job of highlighting what is the real cost of food, the externalities on health, on environment, but has really struggled to propose any mechanisms by which this might be integrated into either the cost of food or policies. I'm skeptical that you're going to be able to pass those costs on to consumers. Some of us feel that by repurposing subsidies, you focus on the true value of nature restoration, and it's a public fund for a public good, which seems to make sense and reduces the cost of production. But yeah, I'd love to hear whether there's any ahas from the VALUMICS team in that really interesting topic.
I could just mention very briefly the true cost of food is that actually food production shouldn't depend on subsidies in the long term. They were put into play in the last century. And actually, if you talk about the Icelandic fishery industry, there are no subsidies. And the Norwegian agriculture industry is not using subsidies. So it's a market-driven system, whether they're perfect or not, or imperfections may exist, but at least using subsidies in a big scale, as is being done in the CAP and the maritime policies in the EU actually defeats the purpose of going for sustainability. And I know that I worked in DG Fish many years ago, but if there was any threat of changing anything, then the French fishermen came and dumped herring on the steps of DG of the Agri in Paris. So it's an issue. So subsidies are a double-edged sword, and they are not counted in the true cost of food. And this is the blue-pink elephant in the room, and how to address it is part of the system transformation. It takes a long time. We will not achieve it in 7 years, but before 2050, we have to have a significant change.
I think, I mean, I did pose this question actually, and it's about thinking, as Fabrice has said, I think about the positive rewards for reducing your externalities, as well as the negative punishments or costs imposed on producers and the food value chains responsible. for the negative externalities. So it's about incentive and reward as well as tax and levy, I think. So it's getting that balance right, and certainly moving the overall framework of food production and processing and manufacturing subsidy payments or subsidy frameworks, support frameworks in those directions is clearly the key, I think.
Just maybe to, oh, sorry, David.
Carry on.
No, sorry, just to add on to that, maybe from a policy perspective, I think what's interesting is that the true cost of food, that issue is at the same time building momentum. I mean, even in the past months, we saw an initiative by 80 organizations that have launched a campaign for the carbon pricing of food. So it's really being pushed for by civil society, and at the same time on the policy side, it remains a very touchy subject, obviously, because it could have negative impacts on certain supply chains, and especially, I mean, depending on how it is built, whether it's a meat tax or carbon pricing or a differentiated VAT tax, could have different types of impacts and disadvantages for certain supply chains. So it's obviously very touchy, but also maybe some of you have seen then that in the recent implementation and discussions for the farm to fork strategy, one of the amendments has been discussing differentiated VAT for different food products, and especially would potentially include applying the highest level of VAT for meat products and 0% VAT for fruits and vegetables. And that has actually in the Environment and Agriculture Commissions, that was voted in favor of. Now the plenary session will be a different story, but so it is a topic that is discreetly starting to be integrated into policy discussion, but still, yeah, remains very, very touchy.
Elise, we have a minute left if we stick to time. So does anyone else want to come in on those or any other comments or thoughts?
Maybe if I may?
Yes, of course.
Yes, I'm just closing this discussion on the true cost accounting, and actually what Fabrice said, it's exactly the core of this topic that is included in the Horizon Europe, that of course we are capturing, let's say, the true cost accounting community has shown the different externalities and how much it costs and so on, but still indeed, despite all the different approaches and frameworks developed, still the practice is missing, like how we actually should implement it in practice and translate the theory to what should be done on the ground. And I think this is the core now challenge to be solved by research communities, but also in discussion with all the different actors involved in the food system, because this is, as Elise said, quite a debatable also concept, I would say. It has its pros and cons. So indeed, I think this is the topic that is actually addressing this, and yeah, feel free to apply. So yeah, and once again, thank you for the invitation. And I have seen also that there is a comment from Florence in the Q&A.
Yeah, and maybe before we close the meeting, we had prepared very quick polls, and maybe we could, before closing, even though we extend a couple of minutes into overtime, we could launch the polls, because they address some of the questions that actually we have been discussing right now. So before closing the event, I think, Kelly, any other questions or anything? Because otherwise, I would take the opportunity to thank everyone for participating, and we will try to put quickly out proceedings with video and everything from this meeting. So if there is anything that we have missed in the chat, we will try to include that as well. So Kelly, I'll ask you to say something if you want to, but otherwise I would ask Hilda to launch at least one of the polls that we had prepared.
Let's do the polls.
Okay, so I've just launched a poll for everybody to vote on. Give you a few seconds. Hopefully all the attendees can see it. I'm just going to read it out before I end it. So we asked about food product profit share First question is saying, for a farm food product, in reality, who receives the highest share of the profits? And the choices were farmers, processor, and retailers. So far, the retailers are scoring the highest amount. And the second question was, for a farmed food product, who should receive the highest share of the profit? And 94% of those who are answering are saying farmers. So I'm just going to end the poll now and share the results.
So anyway, I think we should use the opportunity to say thanks to everyone, and please be reminded that this food system transition questions are actually directed to the attendees. So I don't think our panel can vote. So it's a question of collecting kind of feeling. We did run similar poll in the tomato workshop in September last year. So this is kind of a take. Has anything changed during COVID? Even though it's not asking specifically about tomatoes, but any farm product. So what is the belief of the attendees? So this is just for fun in a way, but it gives us also kind of a temperature measure of the issues that we've been discussing.
Indeed, and we'll collate all the answers from both the polls and the Q&A today and share with all the registered participants.
Yeah, we still have 35 attendees. We reached over 70 at a point this morning. So compared to the overload of webinars going on in Europe at the moment, I think we could be happy with the attendance, and many people have stayed throughout the event. And so people can still reach us by mailing questions to the speakers, and we will make the presentations visible on the web, and also the recording from this meeting. So we will sure like to collaborate on issues, and it was interesting to notice that the front of pack issue topic that is coming up in the New Horizon call, which is or in the farm to fork policy, maybe as one of the instruments to direct the healthy food choices. So I think we should just close the poll, and again, I would take the opportunity to thank everyone for participating, all the presenters, all of the people in the panelist group, and whether it's a fatigue, or maybe we have bombarded the community with such a good series of briefs that they really don't have many questions following reading all our briefs. So continue reading the briefs, and hopefully they are exhaustive and will clear the issue with what we are trying to disseminate and exploit from the research. So, and there are more briefs coming out, and the final deliverable will collate them as well in a public report. So they will be certainly accessible in the near future. And for me, I would just give the panelists if they want to say something. So I stop saying anything more except thank you. Thank you very much. So anyone wanting to say some final smart remark, please go ahead.
Just to keep tuned with our updates on the website and social media, and we will be sharing lots of more results with you all. Thanks for today.
Okay, thank you. So we end the session now.
To Sigurdur, Hilda, and Kelly for the hard work of organizing. Thanks very much, guys.
Thanks to everyone.